Western is overrated. You have to realize how the thing get watered down. Because the captain of West Indies at the time saying Captain West Indies no big deal, it's overrated. But you can't tell Desmond Haynes and them that because that was a dream. They resigned from cricket being unfulfilled because they never captain West Indies. But then you come Darren Samuel saying Captain West Indies is overrated. So you have to realize what it meant then. And I still feel in a lot of cases, even among everyday living Jew, what it meant to our foreparents to be certain things, we don't have that now. You know. We take it for granted. And even the fact that, and I'll bring a spin here on it, even the fact that voting, Dre, our foreparents would have done anything to get the opportunity to vote. But you find people have the opportunity now to vote and say, I don't voting. You understand how the contrasting it becomes?
Mm-hmm. Because
through blood, sweat, and tears, all match and so on, just to get the right to vote. And now we have it. You find people saying, it don't matter to me.
Good morning, Drumsticks.
Good morning.
How you doing?
I'm good.
All right, talk to me.
Good morning to you. Good morning to the nation. Good morning to, I want to honor Carl Keaton this morning. Good morning, Anna Rebel. I will call you soon now. Good morning. I read from the word of John, chapter 3, verses. There was a man of the Pharisees named Nicodemus, a ruler of the Jews. The same came to Jesus by night and said unto him, Rabbi, we know that thou art the teacher came from God, for no man can do these miracles that thou doest except God be with him. Jesus answered and said unto him, Verily, verily, I say unto thee, except a man be born, he cannot enter the kingdom of God. Nicodemus said unto him, How can a man be born when he is old? He can enter the second time into his mother's womb and be born? Jesus answered, Verily, verily, I say unto thee, except a man be born of water and of the Spirit, he cannot enter into the kingdom of God. That which is born of flesh is flesh, and that which is born of the Spirit is spirit. This is the end of the scripture reading.
And thank you so very much. Drummers, what's up? How are you doing?
I'm good, I'm great.
Night was pleasant?
Yes.
Great. Say good morning to the girls for me.
Yeah, I will. And have a nice and wonderful weekend.
Thank you. Same to you, my dear.
Mr. Carl.
Honorable, yeah. I know you're giving him all kind of name. You take him out from Stalwart and now he's honorable. All right, I hear you.
Then have a nice day.
Okay, then, great. Bye-bye. Hold on, what is it you want to say?
Well, the lady will read the word and we must speak something on the word. It would not suffice.
You would like to speak something on the word?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
It is instructive to know that she's reading from the Gospel of St. John. And we know you are the 4 Gospels. But in the Gospel of St. John, it painted, because you see, Gospel of St. John put Christ in the light of divinity. Because he started off by saying, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word became flesh. And Lord, I'm going to say the same thing, he said, and dwell among men. What is instructive to know, the language of the Bible need to be understood. Because even Nicodemus came to him and he said, Rabbi, how could a man enter the kingdom? And Rabbi said, born again. And even Nicodemus then, of his age and stature, did not understand the language of the book. So you see, if a man had to go back and come out, and Rabbi say no, of the Spirit. And that is instructive to know the Spirit. What is of flesh is of flesh. What is of spirit. And most times, the Christian fraternity, even when praying, they plead the blood. The blood cannot enter in the presence of the Ancient of Days. It is the Spirit, because he is the Holy Spirit, the only Spirit. So it's instructive to note when you're communicating with the Ancient of Days is the Spirit. And even he tell us we fight not against flesh and blood, but powers and principalities, the Spirit. So we need the Spirit. Hence the reason why when he was returning to his Father, he said, I leave you now, but I'll send you the other comforter, another comforter, which is the Spirit, the Holy Spirit. So the Spirit is very instructive here in our communication with us and the Ancient of Days, and want to understand that and understand the language of the book. Because sometimes you go carnal into the language of the book and say, how could a man born again? So what Nicodemus thought, well, a bigger idea, I can't born again. But as Rabbi told him, you need to born of the Spirit. The Spirit is important, Andre Donald. So when one pleads the blood cannot enter in the presence of the Ancient of Days, neither flesh. The Spirit. That's why he left another comforter. And remember on the day of Pentecost what happened? The plumes of fire, everybody was on accord. That's what the Spirit does. It brings you in accordance. It creates that enabling area for you to communicate with the Ancient of Days. So very, very, very good scripture reading, Drumstick. Very instructive. That's my piece, Trey. That's my piece. Why you look at me in such amazement?
Amazed?
The way
You're
looking,
mistaking the look, bro. You're mistaken. Amazed, you said, you know.
So one has to
Zephyrin not listening to you with amazement, Zephyrin.
one has to listen or read the book and understand the language of the book. That is instructive to know. So you don't have to go in Harvard, UTT, and other places, university, to understand the language of the book. And that is a clear case here where Nicodemus did not understand the language. So he's saying, I can't go back again. But if you understood the teachings, because the Gospel of St. John is different to the other three Gospels. It prints the whole thing in the likeness, in its true perspective, when the Ancient of Days became flesh and dwelt among men. Yes, Andre Donald.
I listened to you manifest.
Yeah, make my peace. I said my peace.
Zephyrin, say good morning.
Yes, Zephyrin. Peace, my brother.
One day would you preach here?
Yes.
What will you preach about?
Just the goodness of the Ancient of Days. You see now, preaching or quoting the book or explaining the gospel has not you don't have no title to it, you know.
Hold on that. Peace be unto you, my brother. We're going to say good morning to Andre Charles at the Morris Bishop International Airport Med Office. Good morning, Dre.
Good morning to you and to listeners of Real FM. And here's weather for today, Friday, 21st January 2022. Currently, the weather is fair. Winds are from the northeast at 13 miles per hour. Barometric pressure, 13.5 millibars. That's above normal and rising. Present temperature, 25.2 degrees Celsius. Relative humidity, 80%. Yesterday's maximum temperature, 30.4 degrees Celsius. Last night's minimum, 24.8 degrees Celsius. Only a trace of rainfall was recorded at point over the past 24 hours. Hence, the total for the month remains at 34 millimeters. Now to have a look at the forecast, that's for today and tonight. Today we expect some generally fair and windy conditions with a medium chance of brief isolated morning showers. Maximum temperature, 30.5 degrees Celsius. Winds east-northeasterly to easterly at 12 to 22 miles per hour. Seas moderate to rough. Waves up to 8 feet in northeasterly to easterly swells. Hence a marine advisory remains in effect. Tides are currently high, low at 11:45 a.m. and high at 6 p.m. Sunset today at 6:05, rises tomorrow at 6:33. Just a repeat of the forecast, that's for today and tonight. Generally fair and windy with a medium chance of brief isolated morning showers. And a marine advisory remains in effect. I'm Andre Charles, report from the Met Office. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Have a great day.
Thanks, same to you.
All right, bye-bye. Mr. Keaton, back with you. I don't know if you want to continue your...
You asked me if I would preach.
Mm-hmm.
And you asked me what I would preach about.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when one has to go through the gospel, go through the book, there is no topic to what you will preach about. You read the book and explain and get yourself edified. Because you hear a certain passage in the book would guide you. Like in Psalms 19:7, you see the law of the Lord is perfect, it comforts the soul. The testimony of the Lord is true, it makes wise, it's simple. So it is simple to understand. And if you go to Micah, you see, he had showed you, man, what is good. And what does the Ancient of Days require of each and every one of us is to do justly and to love with mercy and to walk humbly with him. So when you go to the book with one, the other comforters I mentioned earlier would guide what you do or how you go about. It's not your words, but his words. So to say I go preach on that is not proper for me to say. When I get here on that day, the other comforter will guide my utterances because his words. I don't come with my notion, but the book. So, and one person put, if you cannot sing like angels, which I cannot, if you cannot preach like Paul, which I cannot, I could simply say, Jesus loves you and he died for you. And one has to understand what is the gateway to redemption.
Do you believe in this Jesus death thing? You believe in that?
Well, spirit
I ask you a question,
no,
yes or no?
No, spirit can dead.
So who died?
The fleshly part, because he had to manifest himself in the form of flesh.
That? You believe that?
Yes.
That flesh thing happened, that dead thing happened?
He had to manifest himself because he understood the carnal nature of man thinking. And if he didn't come in that form, man would have, and even when he came in that form, that man reject, they would not understand. Because he's the only wise one, you know. Since, because even when he manifests himself as flesh and dwell among men, and who was around him for many years, he asked them, who do men say I am? And they give all kind of thing, and he say, before Abraham I was, since the foundation of the thing. So when people say now Mary is the mother of him, joke, Mary wasn't in the foundation. So when they sing he could have called 10,000 angels, joke, he couldn't have. When they say he could have seen, joke, he couldn't have. Because it was in the foundation and his purpose was to reconcile and redeem mankind unto himself. And that is clear in the book. The book don't go about it. And persons who say in the book confusing, they don't understand the language of the book because the Ancient of Days say, I'm not the author of confusion. Because he understood this discussion and what happened. So all he say, I'm not the author of confusion. So what he inspired men to write could not have been confusing. We only confuse because we lean on our own understanding. And we want to interpret the book by how we feel and what we feel we've learned. And theology and Christianity add to the model. Because Beelzebub understand the fight you're having. And he work is to destroy mankind. So he bring all kind of subtle variations to the thing and make people feel they bright and they know. Because Nicodemus wasn't a dull guy, you know, based on academia, but he still didn't understand what it meant to be born again, a simple concept like that. Yes, Andre Donald. What's up with you, man?
Yeah, ended the lesson. Yeah, ended the lesson.
Yeah.
You good?
Yeah, man.
How good are you?
I'm good like cook food, man.
All right. It's now 7:30. Water-wise. Stay with us.
Yeah.
The Nawasa app brings the power of Nawasa's customer service experience to you. Instant, conversational, and smart. Easy access anywhere. Get bill balance, transaction history for up to 6 months, report a fault, link to websites, view payment centers, contact information, push notifications, and multi-tenant accounts, all in a secure login platform. Like a self-service concierge app, mobile.nawasa.gd gets you the support you need much faster. Available on both Android and iOS platforms. Mobile.nawasa.gd, your customer support companion. Nawasa, committed to meeting customers' needs.
Good morning, listeners, and welcome to another edition of Water Wise, a production of the National Water and Sewerage Authority, NWASA. I am Wendy Chateau. According to Met officials, December brought some much-needed rainfall to the state of Grenada, compensating for a relatively dry November. Information provided in the Grenada National Climate Bulletin also indicates that at most one extreme 3-day wet spell is likely during the next 3 months, which is normal. The bulletin notes that there is no concern for short-term drought, October 2021 to March 2022, nor long-term drought, June 2021 to May 2022 for Grenada. Forecaster Fimber Frank confirms this in the continuation of our conversation on the prospects for the season. He, however, cautions against indiscriminate use of available water supply. So you're basically telling us that the potential for drought-like conditions this year is minimal.
A very low chance of that. Still possible, but low chance.
We always hear the messages of preparation around the hurricane or wet season. Do people need to prepare for the dry season?
Sure. If you want to put things in place for when we're looking at a lot of rain, then you should put things in place for when the rain wouldn't be so much. It's just the next end. So I think at all times we must be mindful of the fact that water is life and managing it well is key. Even if you're looking at dry or wet season, it doesn't matter. We need to treat water as the most precious thing that we have.
What would be your advice for individuals going into the dry season?
Be mindful of the fact, one, that the outlook is an outlook. We are saying, based on everything that we look at, this is what is most likely to happen. But outlooks or forecasts, they don't always come to pass as we see. So, not because we are saying from now until the end of March at least, we are looking for normal to above normal rain. It does not mean we could go on a water spree and just let the taps run or bathe for a whole hour or so. Be mindful, manage your water well, because we could be getting rain, normal rain, but on any given day you have a broken pipe. And then if you don't store up the water, even if rain is falling, you would not have water at home. Your house will have a drought day, just using that term. So water management is key, day in, day out, whether we're in a drought or we're in a flood.
As you heard from forecaster Fimber Frank, while the outlook for the dry season sees a cool, wet start and catchments expected to deplete at a slower rate than usual, consumers are still urged to conserve water as best they can during this period, being mindful that there is still the potential for challenges. Proactive steps should be taken now to mitigate the discomforts associated with a lack of supply, should interruption of water supply occur. We will continue our conversation with Mr. Frank on our next program. But this brings us to the end of WaterWise for today. On behalf of the entire team at NWASA, I am Wendy Chateau. Do have yourself a fantastic day.
The NWASA app brings the power of NWASA's customer service experience to you. Instant, conversational, and smart. Easy access anywhere. Get bill balance, transaction history for up to 6 months, report a fault, link to websites, view payment centers, contact information, push notifications, and multi-tenant accounts, all in a secure login platform. Like a self-service concierge app, mobile.nawasa.gd gets you the support you need much faster. Available on both Android and iOS platforms. Mobile.nawasa.gd, your customer customer support companion. NOWASA, committed to meeting customer
Grenadians
needs.
at home and in the diaspora. Let's celebrate our 48th anniversary as an independent nation. Overcoming adversity, safeguarding livelihood, protecting our future. Events to observe the 48th anniversary of our independence include National Colors Day and Interministerial Display, along with the virtual staging of the Independence Calypso Monarch competition at the Kirati James Athletic Stadium on Friday, February 4th, February 5th from 7 p.m. Cultural Extravaganza, Kirati James Athletic Stadium. Both events will be carried live via GIS Channel 22, GIS Facebook and YouTube channel, and the National Celebrations Committee Facebook page. The National Ecumenical Service, Grenada Trade Center, 3 p.m. Sunday, February 6th. Then on Monday, February 7th, Independence Day. It's the military parade and rally, 10 a.m. at the Kirati James Athletic Stadium. Happy 48th Grenada.
Ozone really gets it clean. Get with the Ozone family line of products. Ozone liquid laundry detergent, perfect for your semi or fully automatic washing machines, yet suitable for your hand wash, soft on your hands. Ozone Disinfecting Cleaner. It's the most powerful disinfectant and cleaner with a long-lasting fresh scent. Tackles every job around the house or office. Ozone detergent powder and ultra-soft fabric softener gets your clothes clean with a natural freshness, keeps your colors bright. Choose from the wonderful scents, soft flower, ocean breeze, and the new aloe vera. Keep your kitchen sparkling clean with the Ozone dishwashing liquid, Ozone sponges, and cleaning cloth. Ozone toilet bowl cleaner removes lime scale and kills germs while giving your toilet a refreshing scent. Ozone really gets it clean. Marketed and distributed by Calico, Frequente St. George's, and are available at shops and supermarkets nationwide.
Who wants to save 30%? Everybody! Now more than ever, Flow understands the need to make your dollar stretch. Our new bundles can help you save 30% off your current bill. Plus, get a free speed upgrade on your in-home internet. Simply add your mobile to your current home services account and save 30%. It's easy. Sign up now and save. All on the most reliable fixed and mobile network on island. Visit a Flow store or call us at 1-800-804-2994 for more information. Flow, it only gets better. Terms and conditions apply.
The Ministry of Agriculture, Lands and Forestry reminds the public that the 2021 hunting season is closed and will remain closed until the 30th of September 2022. Animals that should not be hunted during the closed period are as follows: manikou, tatou, monkey, iguana, and ramier. The ministry cautions that hunting during the closed season carries a penalty of $1,000 or a term of 6 months imprisonment. The public is asked to be guided accordingly.
Here in Grenada, we need a little education. It's time to do some introspection. Like we at a standstill and the whole country suffering from social constipation. And it's sad because we don't better before, like we don't love this country anymore. And if I am wrong, it will be my delight to apologize as long as Grenada like prejudice,
Dumb that,
sick politics.
dumb that.
The country needing some serious house cleaning. Let's pick up our national pride and put all our garbage outside. Everybody rushing, busy going nowhere, leaving all good principles behind. Respect, honesty, tolerance, and courtesy for the children and for the elderly. Development not come without a cause, but certain values must never get lost. And the churches and leaders in the land must set the good example, not lead from behind. I still believe we've never done our best. We hold it back because of personal interest. But Grenada, we've got what it takes. Some sacrifices we have to make, like selfishness,
Dumb that,
biasness.
dumb that.
The country needing some serious house cleaning. Let's pick up our national pride and put all our garbage outside.
TC Top Cat. Brand new. Heard first here on Real. You better believe it. Teddy Christopher. Dump all that garbage, man.
Sometimes I sit and I wonder, what can we do to help our nation in any way? To ease up the stress and the frustration and the troubles of living from day to day. Because even in crisis times like this, we don't reason, we make an enemy. We are not the worst, but this is not our best. Love of country must come first. If we truly want progress, I still believe we've never done our best. We hold it back because of personal interest. But Grenada, we've got what it takes. Some sacrifices we have to make. Corruption,
Dumb that,
victimization,
dumb that.
the country needing some serious house cleaning.
What do you think?
Very nice, put on very nicely, man. And within the lyrics, the development of the thing,
The topic.
yeah.
It's called All Garbage Outside.
It's relevant in this particular dispensation.
You know, and the song has a certain set of a certain level of positivity to it.
Definitely.
Which is, hey, we've done, but this is not our best.
Nah,
We can do
better.
better. So we need to strive towards doing our best.
Soul searching too. If you listen to that song and realize, boy, each time I need to be part of the process.
Cat, you kind of think that, all right. But I'm not a judge. You understand? So anything can happen. I could say anything. I'm not a judge. I might not even be allowed into the stadium when they're having the show. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Andre.
Hello, ma'am.
And good morning, Mr. Carl.
Peace,
Sandra,
my
I
sister.
just want you to permit me, please, to send a birthday greetings for my husband.
Go ahead.
I would like to say happy birthday to Colonel Charles from his children and his grandchildren, his wife, his stepchildren, and each and every one. Belated birthday. Yesterday was the birthday. So I just called to say happy birthday and I wish him all the best and for the Lord to bless him and to see many and many more birthday to come. This greetings coming from his wife. Thank you very much.
And what happened to his son? Yeah, me.
And to Mr. Andre.
No, and from me too. His son, the big son.
And from Mr. Canwell Big Son Andre.
Right, that sounding better. I don't understand. If you don't want to own me, that is your business.
Yeah.
They like a child pulling your dress still heavy. Rup, rup, rup.
And to tear it.
Well, if you tear it,
Just don't do strong already.
if you tear it, tear.
Yesterday was a man birthday, but that has always happened to me. But I'm getting old too. Even mine, when mine passed, I don't remember, you know. And those days before he coming.
And stop talking about you getting old. Old thing that is true.
Me age that make me old, you know.
No, you don't. You don't.
Alright. I'm of age.
You're of age, but
Alright.
you don't old yet.
Alright.
Anyway, darling, have a nice day.
Alright.
Darling! Happy birthday, boy. All right, we go take one.
Papa doesn't drink?
That nothing. You don't know what we're talking about. Stay out of that. That man talk.
Alright, bye.
Later.
Yeah,
All right. It's real. It's 91.9, 91.5. The patience is the key. You believe that?
Yeah.
Key to what?
Success.
So, what gives, man?
Now, patience is still a vote you, although sometimes it could hurt you, Dre.
Really?
Yeah. Dre, there is a situation, I think, which is going a begging and not being addressed, in my view, in the proper context. Now, getting to that particular issue, in my time of going to school and even interacting in the community, you know, growing up with your peers, there were certain persons among you who you knew for a fact something wasn't right about them. But at the time you were powerless to really do anything about it. And I branch off to mental illness, Dre. Because most of the persons who I grew up around, who I had the opportunity to be around for a period of time and now are mentally challenged, from since then you knew something about them or they were different. But I think nothing was done to really find out at the time what is the issue, what makes you so different from the rest. And the situation that happened a couple of days ago here in Sotes, the young man, I knew him very well.
Okay.
And, you know, every time a situation like that happens, we tend to be Monday morning quarterbacks. And we know all what should and shouldn't have happened. And what the police should and shouldn't have done. And who could have done and who don't doing what and who don't think. But the issue is, Jay, we're not dealing with the issue of mental people or person challenged mentally. We tend to, okay, it happens, the person flare up and we call the police. The same police we beat up every time if something go like we don't please with a mental person. Yet when another person thinks, the same police we calling again. And in a lot of cases, I think we as a people, we as society allow those people to fall through the cracks. And then when they react, whether violently or otherwise, the ends does not always justify the means. And then we tend to sort of point fingers. And it's sad, Dre, because...
Say exactly what you want to say, Carl. I know it's digging you.
Yeah,
whatever it is
but,
digging you. So speak to it.
I don't know how to coach what I want to say, so...
Tell me and I'll coach it for you.
No, that incident, Dre, leaves a lot of things.
It's hurting you.
Yeah, it's a lot of things. But he hurted me on two fronts, eh? He hurted me on the front that I personally knew the guy.
Who died?
Who died.
And you know the person who is alleged to have fired the shot.
But I was a police. So I understand what happens when you go to deal with a situation like that. So right now I'm torn away in two hearts here. Because the guy has a history of being violent. And I'm not saying that to knock anyone, that's a fact. He has a history of violence. And even police officers would have been at the receiving end of his violence. Physically damaged police officers already in dealing with him.
I've heard that.
I could testify to that, and I could call names if I need to, who he has done.
You don't need to right now, but
Yeah.
I've heard that he had come into contact with the law before, and he's been outwardly aggressive, almost causing the death of a particular
more than
police,
one person.
of
more than one
Well, I
police
didn't know.
officer.
I heard about one. Was there an incident, and you don't have to give specifics, but I'm just going to ask you, was there an incident with himself and a police officer where he kicked that police officer
Down a vehicle, yeah.
down a vehicle? Okay, so let's
No,
let's
I don't want to go, but
yeah.
2 days.
We're not trying to justify his death. Just let people
I
know
just
that.
give it 2 days before the incident. A school teacher spoke to me about him because one of the times she saw me in Sortes giving him money. Because he's a guy, every time I meet him, the expectation of him, he'll get something from me. As a matter of fact, the last time I dealt with him, I was going into the bank, and he met me and said, well, I don't have nothing yet, but I'm going inside and hopefully I'll come out with something. And he waited. When I come outside, I say, for your patient, I reward him with a 20. And everybody else around, you're giving him too much money because you know what he's going and do with it.
Forget that.
No, I just
Yeah,
give
I know,
him. And the school teacher was telling me she don't have rest with him. Always harassing her. As a matter of fact, she does have to hide in her vehicle. Or if she come to Sortes to do a particular business in a certain place and she see him, she might have to forget it for the day. Because, so that, and in dealing with mentally challenged people, as a police officer, one, the training you have to deal with these people and them is one where you have to go and subdue them and the level of force, and you have to be forceful at times and so forth. And I don't think the police has the requisite training to treat with. And most times, persons would wait until the situation becomes unattainable to call the police. So anytime the police has to go and deal with the person is some level of force. Added to the fact that particular individual had this track record of his reputation precede him being violent.
Carl, I just want to say this, and I'm gonna hop on. The police does not have the requisite training.
Yes.
To deal with persons of mental illness. That is correct, because I ended up asking someone who is familiar with. Unfortunately, it was not you. Fortunately, on trial, who is familiar with the 6 months course?
Yeah.
And throughout the entire course, the person said to me, hey, we are not trained to deal with people of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
However, they're the first to be called on the last moment of situations in relation to this. What I would like, I think that this one is one too many persons with mental challenges have died as a result of their actions against the police. So I believe it is time for the police hierarchy, and I'm calling out Mr. Edwin Martin, Commissioner Martin, on this one. Sir, it is time for you. It is time for you. One, first and foremost, bring in a number of officers, maybe one from every policing
precinct.
Bring them in and have them trained in dealing with cases like this. Have them trained. And then after that, you ensure that as of your next course, that is included in the whole program, how to deal with these people, so that all your officers passing out from now would have the opportunity to be trained as how to deal with persons who are mentally challenged. Secondly, and maybe most importantly, persons with mental challenges, normally they get weapons, i.e. pieces of wood, i.e. stones, cutlasses, knives, and other objects that they can use, modified, they can use as weapons. So, sir, what we probably need to do here is to get some tasers and find out, or first find out from the medical authorities whether or not tasers would be the best thing to use when you're going. So yes, when the officers are going to deal with something, and when they get there, yes, one officer who may stand aside and put himself in good position, he would have a gun. The others, if there are other two or the three, they would then have tasers which they can use. If the situation seemingly is getting out of hand and the tasers are not working, then the officer who is standing apart can use that weapon so as to subdue. That is what I'd like. Maybe it sounds complicated, or maybe it sounds dumb, but this is what I'd like to propose. And I believe it is something that can work, but it takes the commitment of the police hierarchy to want to work this, because this is one too many. I understand the situation totally based on persons who were present, and when you listen to 9 out of 10 persons present, you would hear them say that they cannot fault the officer. That's what they're saying. But it does not mean that we cannot try to bring this situation under control, whereby almost every time a person who is mentally challenged comes in contact with the police, 9 out of 10 times that person is dead. They are human beings, and we can't treat them like cattle. Yeah, you don't even treat cattle like that anyway.
But Jay, I follow what you're saying, and I'm not against it. However, it still boils down to the issue where persons mentally challenged or not, it is left only for the police to do. There are other persons who ought to be part of the thing. Like when you go for somebody or go to subdue a person, there it's supposed to be the persons, the help people there. Maybe you need to tranquilize that person or something.
That's what I'm saying. So you find something.
So it's not about calling the police alone. It's supposed to have some walk-ins where you have something in place. So when that happens, you have standard operating procedures how to treat with. How it is now, you call the police, and we know the situation with police sometimes a particular precinct could be short staffed and all the thing. Now, and it's pressure on the officer also, Dre. And I agree, the taser thing. I think that is something that should be made standard in dealing with that. However, and I agree some level of training or two thing, because when one go, they have to know what to do. But there's professional people who knows the nuances of mentally challenged people. They have to be part of the whole thing. And okay, they must have a registry, or they must know who are mentally challenged people. They must know the medicinal regime. They must know the time for. So be proactive. Don't wait until a person starts to flare up. If you know every 3 months you have to be medicated, put something in place every 3 months. Cause that person to be medicated. Okay.
Let me say this. I'm gonna start where you stop. Medicated. These people are medicated. And I know that personally, because I have someone who I consider to be a brother of mine who works with them. And there are times when I see my good friend Politokes, when I see him, and based on how I see him, I'll call my friend and I say, hey, and he say, Andre, we coming this week, so he will be medicated. There are times when I see that.
Mm-hmm.
You speak to, so the whole aspect of them being medicated is the fact is that they are medicated at the times when they're supposed to be medicated. When they don't find them, they go looking for them to give them, to administer the medication when they don't find them. I know that for a fact. In St. Patrick, don't know if it doesn't happen in other parishes, but I know that for a fact in St. Patrick, because I've seen them go looking for the same Politokes. I've seen the police go looking for him. One day, he was so livid, he didn't even want to talk to me, and we conversed all the time. He was upset with me. And he went down the road. He got his medication, and he passed me under the plum tree, and I called him, and he said, don't call me. So I realized that he had really gone. So I didn't even bother. But by the next day, when the medication would have started to take its course, he was better, coming by me as usual, checking me out, finding out whatever. The other thing you spoke about, Carl, which you spoke about the medical authorities being there when you have to go. That may be a bit of a bother. Hence the reason why I suggested a police in every police station should have knowledge of how to deal with. Because if you're going to look for medical people to be there at all times, they would have to be like police officers and be in all police stations at all the time. Because sometimes you can't wait for half an hour or for an hour for them to get there. So it means that the police, I mean...
They are added burden on them.
Yes, that's why I threw my hands up, Carl. The police are crying out loud. Yes, they have they have too much to do. However, that is something that has to be, you can't give anybody else that responsibility, because you do not have, it's not a situation where you will have medical people so you can station them there and they're waiting just for one person who is challenging the community to flip at that particular point in time. No, we don't have that kind of resources. So we have to get creative. We must get creative. And the creativity now is to have the police first judge. Yeah? Isn't that correct with the police? Yeah. First judge?
Yeah.
In this situation, this is where it applies.
I
mean, yes, hold on. Yes, it is more on the police officer's plate, and I understand that and I appreciate that. But then if you're not going to put it on their plate, whose plate do you put it on? That's the question I want you to answer me. Whose plate do you put it on?
That is why I was speaking out having this standard operating procedure. Because you see a lot of times now, watch, when the police go on the scene like there, the police mindset is one. As against the backdrop of having medical people who might have that know-how. It's either, like in the case what happened, and if you understand what happened a couple of days ago, was the police officer was preservation of his life here. Because being in the compromising position, he was on the ground and all that kind of thing, injury. Either what happened with my friend or the police would have been in the other ending.
I totally agree that. I totally agree with you, Carl.
But Dre, but before we get to that situation, we know of a lot of persons mentally challenged. We know. But to me, we only treat with when they become so. All before that we know the situation, we know who the persons are. But we only wait when the thing come attainable like that. Because the same guy, persons testify to the fact that days, maybe a weeks ago, he behaving different. So person would have recognized, no, he has his mood of behavior, but no, it's something different. But like nothing, or nobody don't care enough, or nobody feels is my problem. Or
so then you're calling now you've expanded the thing and you're calling on the community.
Yes.
Because the health authorities and the police, they're not necessarily out there 24/7, 365 looking. So it falls back on you, Carl. It falls on me, Andre.
That is my concern.
Well, then say.
No, well, but it's a developing story, and I feel that I needed to touch on different areas. But I think, like I tell you, I started by telling you, going to school and being around my growing up time, you would have known most persons who are mentally challenged now. Since you're growing up, you know that person's different. You know something about that person different from the rest. So, my village of upbringing, dig among those observatory points with areas, and the amount of people that is mentally challenged, you knew from since growing up, and you sit down and say, "By that man funny, by that man different." You understand? But nothing was done until, and even when it happened, all we offer is calling the police, hold him, bring him someplace for 2 weeks, come back up like a walking wheelbarrow, and then he just go over and over and over and over. And to me, no intervention happens, and you put everybody at risk, because the same man what happened down there. One might say, unfortunately, what the situation happened, but look at the other end, the parallel argument. What about if he had 2 knives and a school child he meet, or some elderly person or something? It's unfortunate.
We will always have persons with mental challenges in our community. There's absolutely nothing we can do about that unless we become a totalitarian state and lock them away. As soon as you have a mental problem, lock you away in a place, you never get out. And that's not what we want. What, as you suggested, the community has to behave like the community. And the community needs to do so and pay attention. Also, if the community, most of the time, the community would make the report to the police station and say, hey, this person is not behaving normally. And a lot of the time, and this is in no way beating up on the police, just stating what is fact, a lot of the times, it does not get attended to.
A lot on the police plate, Drew.
Yeah, it doesn't make a difference whether you have a lot or you have a little bit on the police plate. It doesn't make a difference. It is on their plate.
No. You're blaming the police.
I am not interrupting you. Do not interrupt me. All right? I give you chances. I'm saying to you, if it is on their plate, yes, we all admit that there is a lot on the police plate. But if it is on their plate, what they need to do is to handle what is on their plate. They cannot say, well, I have too much. They can't throw up their hands in the air. They are the first and last defense. So it's not a situation to do some chop hands and say, well, oh God, too much for me to handle, I can't handle. The police have to do so. The first thing that has to be done is the police have to start educating its staff as to how to deal with mentally challenged people. You start with a portion and then you grow. As fast as you pass out, more and more people would know how to deal with them. Realize that you put them in a mental home. You put them in a mental home. And the people in the mental home, they don't have guns and they don't have batons and so on, but they deal with them. That's because they understand how to deal with them. So the first thing to do is to train our police how to deal with mentally challenged patients. That's the first thing to do. And then after that, we're on the road to ensuring that something is being done. You, if I may say that. I know you're upset, but that's okay. It's okay to be upset.
Jay, I don't agree with you.
You don't have to agree with me.
The police is not accountable. The police, because the mere fact that persons would observe that, and those people have families. The families and them could cause the people and them to get help too. Everything is just left. Oh, call the police, and that's the crux of the matter. Everybody feel it is not my issue. Whether it's my brother, my sister, my aunt, my mother, it's not my issue. Call the police. And most of the time they wait until it is unattainable to call the police when shit hit the fan. And this issue is a bigger issue than just the police and having an ability to, or the appetite to cheat with that. It's a societal issue. Too many persons, and we don't have to wait for somebody to become of that situation. Once we observe the tendencies of people, we should have, that what I tell you, the medical people or professional people, we should have people, whether it's counseling or otherwise, because I don't want people just to go and just, in case have a situation where the police is trained to deal with them. So okay, let it come so the police trained to deal with them. How we avoiding them to get to that point? What could we do? As you say, do we throw up your hands and say, okay, so it is, so let's wait till they come so and just train the police to deal with them? Because we are, you see, this thing, even before we reach to calling the police, yes, and so on, and in no way I don't believe I want to advocate that the police should be trained, and I advocate tasers instead of using firearm as a force thing.
I said that a long time
No. Me as speaking now. Let me speak.
I said that a long time
ago. I think that even my discussion with persons, tasers and things is something. And I, for one, I know one time when I was attached to Central Police Station, we had tasers. We had this thing we used to go and used to stun them, stun gun they used to call it then. Stun them for a while and subdue them and get them to the thing. But I find too often, yes, and I know I went out with the help people already to give things. And here was a particular gentleman or a few persons, based on my rapport with them, if they give in trouble to take it, and I call them and say, well, take the thing, they're taking it. But I just feel like too much is left, like we don't have a way of dealing with mentally challenged people. Because listen, Dre, people we know, people we love, people we respect could go through that thing, and it's like, when you think about it, because you don't always want it to end up in a confrontation with the police, because sometimes the police has to do what they have to do. But at the same time, sometimes we lead the thing to fester. Because I know a gentleman in Montrose who mentally challenged, and I know for some reason the parents might sign something and he's in an institution more on a permanent basis and so on. And he didn't used to seem to be a violent guy, but he used to be troublesome. But I don't know, it's like every time that happens, it's like we up in arms and we have a lot of solutions, and then after 2 weeks he died down. It's like everybody forget that is an issue. And I think we as a people, we like to trivialize issues too much unless it is not salacious or slanderous. We seem to do have a thing on it. And that particular gentleman, in my own thinking, his ways of operating, to me, was a cry for help. Because we know, and persons know how we used to operate, as I would put it, in peacetime. And persons would know when it's not peacetime for him. But in his case, because remember, he was shot already in Audrey. The same gentleman.
How I cope?
No, I'm just telling you.
You're saying remember. I don't remember.
No, he was shot already by the police for behavior of that. So one saying they should have shoot him in the foot and thing, but he gets shot already and he still think. I don't know.
You're too close to it. That's what it is. And you need to do something, release that. You're too close to the situation. And I believe something that once a police, always a police. And I don't hold that against you. I say that in a very friendly and kind
manner. If you hold it against you, that you?
You don't have to sling innuendos like that. I'm not in the thing to do that to you. NYPD has a unit that is used for that particular purpose. NYPD has a unit, and that is their responsibility. Just like fire. We don't expect the officers of the Satyrs police station to if there is a fire in Mount Rich, to run to the fire. There are fire officers there to deal with. If they need the assistance, then they radio for whatever assistance they need. It's all about proper training. It's all about proper training. And you will say, oh, too much on the police plate. You can say that from now till thy kingdom come, bro. At the end of the day, it is going to be their responsibility. You will not see nurses and doctors armed with needles or armed with pop darts, blowguns or whatever, going towards these people and them and trying to subdue them. No, you will not see that. That is for the police to do. When they are in the institution, then the people who are trained to deal with them inside the institution, then they take over. When the police subdues the person and brings them to Mongay, the police don't stay there to watch them, they drop them and that's it.
You can't just subdue them and bring them to Mongay soon.
What do you do?
You have a lot of frustration between that.
What do you mean? I don't understand. Explain.
The police could subdue a mentally challenged man.
Mm-hmm.
And before he get to Mongay, he could remain in police custody 2 days.
Well, that again is for the police to work out. We don't know that on the outside. That's for the police to work out. That is why I called out Edwin Martin, the first person I spoke to. He has to range that, according to my grandmother. Range the situation. If you're telling me somebody who is mentally challenged will be subdued by the police and doesn't get to the mental institution before 2 days, then that is police brutality?
I don't say it doesn't, I say it could.
Well, yeah, but if it happens, it's police brutality?
Why is police brutality?
Yes, because the police should mention that person is mentally challenged. As soon as you subdue that person, the next thing is doctor. From doctor to the institution.
Not any doctor I could go by.
Find the doctor.
So when you call and the doctor do available.
Bring the person to the general hospital and then let them decide.
And then the general hospital could take you a whole day before the person.
And what happens if it takes a whole day? The police is at work. The police cannot shrug its responsibility.
The mental people cannot shrug. They have to assist to make things seamless and smooth.
That is why I'm saying train police officers. If you train police officers, if they have that kind of a training, then you should be able to trust that these police officers, because of their training and because of what they can see, they can fill out the requisite forms so that person goes to the mental institution. We've got a caller. Good morning.
Yes, Mr. Andre and Mr. Well, I can't remember his name. Anyhow, I am liking the conversation. I think what you all are doing is making a lot of sense in some of the things, but somewhere we a little bit of contradiction. But I too, in sympathy with the police having to shoot the man to death. But I also believe that in a case as that, when it comes to between life or death, you have to take, and somebody will pay for it. Too often we see this thing happening though, that we have mentally persons too much outside on the street and causing a lot of problem to people who want to live good normal life. So I agree with you, Mr. Andre, that more effort and resources have to be put into the police force to deal with mental people. They might not have enough of that, and it is happening too often. So we need some expertise to deal with that area. It is highly needed now. Even the vagrants, not government, not the police, but government have to find some means of the amount of vagrants that is on the street. There's a gentleman in Grenville that goes from where to where on a old wheelchair. And his fella tell me he knows me, went to school together with me, he said. But I mean, there's too much of that now. We can be wanting to build a good society and having to go through those things. They have to be. It won't be a cost on government, a heavy cost, but they have to be somewhere to house these people and them. They're becoming extra dangerous for people's lives, citizens' lives, and also the police. So something have to be done. Something, the authorities have to go back to the drawing board and come up with strategy that could control that. Help to eliminate it to some extent, because it is overbearing now. Overbearing now. And I think it is needed urgent. So a lot of what you are saying makes a lot of sense, but we need some urgent. Yes, the Commissioner of Police may not be able to act on itself alone. We may need parliamentary procedures there, and I think something has to be done as from now, because it is overseeking. They have it in St. John here too. We have it. We've seen them. There was a time when I went up to we can't find that gentleman. Attacked me in the junction in Market in Grove. And I did pick up a big stone to throw on him. And he ran. I would have definitely thrown the stone on him. Because I moved away from him on 3 occasions. I was speaking to a person. He came up in front of me. I moved away from him on 3 occasions. And he came back to me. And when he realized I really going to pick up the big stone and start to thing him, he ran. We have to have some kind of control. Too much citizens that are indelinquent or can't behave, having to molesting people who want to live normal life. And I have it around me. So something has to be done. And no, it is not an easy job for government, but something has to be done. All what you all say that could happen, that should happen, makes necessary. But sometimes it's not easy to, like the gentleman said, that when you have them in the station, they might stay there for 2 days, because you might want a special doctor, you might want a nurse, you might want somebody who you cannot get at the time, and you can't put back that person on the street. So it's antagonizing, but it's something that must be dealt with now.
Okay.
Good.
26 minutes after 8 o'clock. The Xtension on a Friday morning. What? Why are you laughing? You're a Cheshire cat?
That's your view of me?
Well, that's what you smile like a sheshe cat? All your cheeks pout up?
You could have said I smile like an idiot too.
No. I will not give you that allocated.
Now, what Dre, at the end of the day,
We have another caller, yeah? Let's take it. Good morning.
Morning time.
Hey, what happened, Virgin?
Yeah, Master Carl,
Wago.
I'm fine. I supporting you 1,000,000% because everybody talking, they ain't talking about them people family. Are you talking about government and government? People have family. These people have family. Let me tell you something about me and mental challenge people. Anywhere I go, they just come to me, you know, so yeah. They just come to me. I'm not frightened of no mental people. I just calm them down so that just to get them to rap one thing. No matter how I meet man already crazy, you know. Yeah. One time Brigham people could say that about me. That guy in Brigham, the man get mad one morning, come on a cutlass. I know the young man very good. The man tried to cut him more than father in the road, and I rush him in the road. I call the man, I say, what's wrong? His name was Willow. I say, Willow, come. The man rush me because the man just give me the color to me hand, you know. Everybody crying. Yeah. But the people all them mental people say they have family around the place. If they was in England and America where they getting money for them, they would have been bad for them and taking care of them. The Caribbean had a problem. We have our brothers and sisters and cousins and things out there with mentally challenged, and we watch them like dirt. Watch them like dirt, Clifford, you know, bring your head and the one, the family, what them people watch them like dirt. If the government mind them, they're bad for them. You understand? So bless me, Solia.
All right, one love.
Audrey, what do you call it? Just say add a little dimension in and what we saying, person must understand we speaking that because we concerned and we want something happen. So person shouldn't feel me and you just they arguing over that here.
I'm not arguing.
No, I'm just telling you.
I'm not arguing.
But at the end of the day, just like the gentleman you spoke of that you're good with, the same guy you see time you tell you don't call it, but he came back to you.
I'm listening.
You know, most of the times with even these mentally challenged people, we tend to like maybe keep them arm's length. But you know, those what we good enough with, in situation like that, you could become a calming influence on them. You know? Like, okay, a man might be thinking, but based on your thing with him, you call him, he might respect Andre and not necessarily Keaton. But I think my view here now that we don't spend enough time maybe even trying to reach them. Even in peacetime, we kind of keep them arm's length.
My good friend Stanley Charles
Yeah.
will tell you that we have a problem in Grenada in relation to mental illness.
Okay.
And let me do it this way so that he will say his piece himself. Let me do so and you be testimony to the fact he's not listening. I know he's not listening. And he would speak to it. All right? So I'm not going to speak to him. Hold on. Unavailable. Oh, my God. Don't believe that. Not this morning, Stanley. You're a crook. Yeah. His phone is probably still off for the morning. But Stanley speaks to all the time of we having serious problems mental illness in Grenada. It is mental illness, whether we like it or not, that is causing us to understand that there are so many indecent assault cases.
I believe.
It's mental illness.
No, I'm a believer in that formally.
Yeah. It's
sexual cases.
It's mental illness when you hear that somebody rapes somebody who is 80 plus. That's mental illness.
Andre, I'm with that. I understand that.
It is mental illness when you hear a father or a big brother or uncle or whatever, stepfather, indecently assaults someone.
No. I understand.
So we have a serious problem in relation to mental illness in the country, and there are people who are walking about. Trust me, Keaton. There are people who are walking about who are mentally challenged, and we don't know.
And even those we know, we say they're funny and they're strange.
Exactly.
And just to add here, the training or whatsoever with police officers or the thing, we as the citizenry, Dre, ought to be educated too, you know.
Well, yes, there's need for education, but we must start somewhere.
Yes.
To start to deal with this situation.
The one case is one too much.
Yes, and this is why I'm saying that Edwin Martin, I'm calling him out. You need to stand up and say, okay, fine, no. You cannot have every year, because it doesn't happen very often. Sometimes, once a year. You have to do so now and investigate a police officer.
For
that. You have to go back from since he started as a police and look at all his record, come right through, and those sort of things. I mean, you have to take your officers out of that,
like
Mr. Martin.
A referendum on officer every time
you have to take, and the only way to take your officers out of that is to first sit down and speak to your bosses and say, hey, we need to find a solution here. And probably the first thing we need to do is to start training our officers.
Yep.
You can have what I call a crack unit. And if that unit is available at the time, you use it. But if it's not, there must be a situation where, based on how we are set out, or topography, the island is set, you have at least one or two officers who are trained in that in Karaku.
Yeah, different.
And not just a policing district, but a police station must have at least
precinct.
one.
That's why I use the word precinct.
Right, the precinct. Every precinct must have at least one. There should be one in Hermitage, in Duquesne, in Union. There must be one. And if you take officers and you train them, take an officer from every station and you train them. And after that, Carl, you make it a part of that program. That 6 months?
Yeah.
6 months training program. It becomes a part of that.
Because Dre, you see, you onto something here, and one has to understand. And most times in our discourse, I would tell you, a lot of things to a lighthouse. Now, when a lighthouse is set up, you cannot count every night how much sheep you help navigate.
Nope.
However, if you take all the lighthouses, a problem.
You'll see a lot of ships on the rocks.
And it's time we recognize that mental illness is such a problem that we treat with.
Let's take this caller. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, mental illness. Yesterday, driving along the Blando Road, the Blando off Richmond, there was a young lady mentally challenged. And for what I saw, every vehicle that came around close to where she was, she steps into the road. Slowly, she walks into the road in front of the vehicle. And she stayed there a little while, and then, the vehicle have to move off from her. And she continued. And later on in the afternoon, when I passed, I did not see her on the road, so I thought that she was taken care of. This morning, driving on the road again, I saw she was there. And a fellow that passed her before me, I met him coming towards me. He noticed me that the lady on there, I said, good, I saw her. And when I got to her, she stepped into the road again. And she kept doing it, yeah? And I called 911 this morning. That's the only course I had because I was driving. And I asked them to attend to her. But I thought by now, yesterday at least, she should have been taken care of.
But does that mean that somebody reported it to the police yesterday? They probably
don't know.
But that's it.
But that should have happened.
It should have. I agree.
Yes, I don't know. I'm not checking on that. What I'm saying is that I think by now, since yesterday to now, she should have been taken off, whether by the police or by her relatives in the area. She hasn't got mother or father, they both died. She's got some other challenged siblings, but at least she's got relatives in the area. She's got an uncle in the area and other cousins.
They don't want the responsibility, and that's a fact. They don't want that responsibility.
Yeah, the police should intervene. I called them this morning on 911.
Well, let's hope
And
they step
they
into it.
would attend because she's a quiet lady, a very quiet lady, and so on. But there
So
are
what do
many
you?
other.
Let me ask you this question now. Now that you've reported it to the police, and the police goes to her, what do you propose the police do in a situation like that?
No, I'm not proposing anything.
No, I'm asking you. What do you?
No. I'm not proposing anything. They will know they're training what they're supposed to do, medical assistance, and that's it. There are other people in the area who are challenged the same way. And somebody saying, this is the month for them. This is a month for crazy people. Somebody was saying that, you know. However, we have to be careful how we deal with them, how we handle them. And for this one, I would like to see them really take care of that young lady. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Typical of, and just in keeping with what we are saying, Carl, now you've identified, and we respect the fact that you've identified that something is wrong with the young lady and you thought it was fitting and right. And yes, it is to call it in, and you did call it in. But I'm saying to you, hey, what do you suggest be done? Because you see, when the police takes her, what do they do?
When the police pick up a mentally challenged person, what you do? There's a form you fill up, you call an urgency order, form of lunacy. You have to fill in certain areas. But it does be better when you have a family or some members in the comments to verify what is said. And something a lot of families do come forward that add to delay. So that what I tell you, somebody could stay in a police place for 2 days. I don't knocking anybody, but that's the reality
You
of
got to
it.
get rid of the family thing then.
So then you have to see a doctor, and you have certain doctors they would advise you to see. So you cannot just go by Pemba with a person. And sometimes when you call the doctor, they might tell you you're not in today, and then you don't have a number for the doctor. So you might try over a whole 24-hour period to get in contact with that person. Then the doctor, you might try to go to one of the hospitals. But you know the hospitals have the challenges and the stress, and the tell accidents and emergencies get precedence. So a lot of times they don't see that particular thing as an accident or emergency. So you might have to wait your turn. And then when I added to the factor thing on police plate, I was not trying to be cute. Sometimes you short stuff right there, and then you have one transport, so that one transport have to go to St. George or Maryville for the whole day with maybe two officers or more, and wait until some verification is done on that particular farm, and then you take that person to Monge. So sometimes, also when I speak of standard operating procedure, I don't mean only to knock anybody. If you make the thing seamless or smooth, or when you have a standard operating procedure, you pick up that person, you call that person, and then you get it done. So within an hour or two, the person could get help in the mental facility.
Carl, it's part of the standard operating procedures, I believe should simply be this. There is a doctor or a medical person at Monge, part of the staff, 24/7, so that when the police picks up someone, they do not have to go to Maryville and wait on a doctor, putting other people's lives in danger if that person gets away. All right, because when they adrenaline, a person could bust those handcuffs, So you take them straight to Monge, and they are attended to at Monge and dealt with there.
One time.
That is why, Carl, I repeat again, Edwin Martin, you need to change this for your team, for your people. You need to change this. Carl, you have identified a huge issue here where a vehicle may go to Maryville from Sateers, and in order to see the doctor may say, well, I have other people before me, and I'm going to see my patients, and then I'm going to take care of you. And that transport waits there for the entire day, or for a substantial portion of the day.
With officers?
With at least a driver and 2 officers.
Yes.
And the only vehicle,
At
I
the
don't think
station.
it's, but if it's
Most times I want a one vehicle decision now.
well, not again these days. We have 2 and thing. If it's hermitage and thing, they have only 1.
So let me say hermitage.
Right. So this has to stop, and that is something that could be dealt with almost immediately. I believe that the authorities could sit down and say, okay, fine, yeah, we need to change this one, and have someone at the hospital. Or even if you don't have somebody at the hospital, you would bring the person to Monge. The person will be secured, and Monge can then inform General that we need a doctor to do so and look at this person, whatever, the proper doctor. And in that time, the police could leave and go back because the person is at Monge safe and sound, quote unquote. It's not rocket science. It's just that Edwin Martin, yes sir, you are at the helm.
It's not rocket science.
So you got to do it.
But one has to have the appetite for.
Are you saying that Edwin doesn't have
I
the
don't
appetite?
know. No.
I'm asking, are you saying that?
Nobody don't happening, so somebody don't have the appetite.
No, you're shocking.
I don't shocking.
You're shocking now.
I don't shocking. The mere fact that it is not happening, somebody don't have the appetite for. Because what I'm saying is known.
You're behaving like the police, man.
I don't behave like the police.
Once a police, always a police. Yeah.
That's your view.
That's all it is. Look at you. You're behaving like
that's
the police.
That's your view, bro.
You don't want to do so and say, Edwin Martin, the problem is with you. You don't want to do that. There's somebody in doing their work. Nobody else could do it.
What is known?
Paul Christopher.
What is known?
Paul Christopher, who is the superintendent of police?
Yeah.
He can't do it. He can't do it.
Andre Donald, what is known?
Bascom and Gov can't do it.
Andre Donald, what
do you
is...
understand? If these people can't do it, then it's him to do it.
Him to do it.
Nah, you know this do it, I just get up and go. I tell you one of these mornings when you say that, I just get up and go.
Dre,
yeah.
What is known need not be explained.
No.
So
you have to call out people. If you watch, let me tell you something. Lakers catching the royal right now. And for the first time after they lost to the Pacers 2 nights ago, for the first time, the coach bench, what's his name in the last 4 minutes of the game? Russell Westbrook.
Russell Westbrook. Russell Westbrook.
Whatever. But the coach benched him. That is sending a message. LeBron came this close
to being benched?
No, to calling out Westbrook. He technically called him out. So I'm saying to you, the time has come to call out the commissioner. Nobody's hating him. We're just saying it's time to do something. And this, let me tell you, Mr. Commissioner, we are known as the 7 days country. Not 7 days in terms of Adventists. But we keep a topic hot for 7 days. It doesn't happen on this radio station, sir. It will come back again. Doesn't have to be today. It can be in 2 weeks. Boom, you'll just see the topic just come up again, and we'll call you out and say something has to be done in relation to people with mental challenges. Just like we've said, and we continue to say, and I've said it this week already on 2 different occasions, Tiffin is a problem. I refuse to call it by the pretty name all you give it.
You don't want to call it pretty Alaska.
Tiffin is
so
a
you don't want
problem.
to say the peel fine.
No, that is too nice a name. Tiffin is a problem in relation to farmers, well, in relation to everything.
It's honestly appropriating.
Right. So, the police again, they have to do some make representation. The police and the MPs, they have to make representation that the laws be changed. Because you cannot send a man to jail for 3 months for stealing sauce-ups. And when he comes out, sauce-up in bloom, and believe that he will not steal again? No! He has to go in there for a period. Let me, who lost the sauce up, let me sell sauce up to pay the taxes to keep him inside of there. No problem. But I know for 10 years, I ripping sauce up though.
And that is a deterrent by itself.
The penalties have to increase.
The penalty has to be not a punishment but a deterrent.
Exactly. You can't leave him inside there and he miss a hit of rum, he miss a ball of coke or cocaine or whatever they call it. He miss to smoke a weed. You can't leave him. No.
But you forgetting that.
What?
The cell alongside him should be the man that buy it for him.
All that. No, I'm coming to that.
Pour
I'm
them
saying,
inside it.
yes. And the penalties, the Ministry of Agriculture, they said this year is the year of implementation. Well, I want them to implement that. You have to send, when you send the man inside a day for stealing sauce up, or stealing plantains, or stealing guavas or whatever, he must go in there and spend time together. And not the cell next to him, in the same cell. Let them plan what they're going to do in 10 years.
And when I want doing that legislation, I want them to make it, you must get a custodial statement. So, discretion.
No! I said
once you found guilty, you must.
I said yesterday, this is what I said yesterday. You can go charge from $0 to $10,000.
Yeah.
I said no. It should be from $9,999 to $10,000.
But my view should be 10,000 and above. So
But
at
all
least you
that,
have to pay 10.
At all that.
So you might should be lenient with you, still have to pay 10.
You still have to pay, right? But it should not be from 0 to that. No, you're giving the magistrate too much a leeway, and that magistrate may have had a wonderful breakfast and feeling in a good mood today. Or they may have had, where they're driving to work, their spouse call them and say, my dear, my love, my whatever, have a wonderful day. We are going to have a special dinner tonight. And that change that can change the whole thing. Because you're dealing with human beings.
So Santa Claus will get killed that time.
Yeah!
No, but Dre, something ought to be done. But back on the mental illness thing,
Mm-hmm.
And based on what your discussion with Stanley, you raised a also salient point here, Dre. So what mental illness or the effect of mental illness leads to mental illness here? Because mostly the 50% sexual cases we have in their sizes, which we...
Carl,
yeah.
I think we've got the culprit.
So you call him?
Yeah, I could afford to call him anything. Good morning. Hello?
Hi, morning.
My name is Andre Donald.
Am I getting more mangoes?
What's that?
Am I getting more mangoes?
It's a good thing you ain't say nothing wrong yet because you're live on the air, Stanley.
Oh, yeah.
Just let me let you know you're live on the air. I called you earlier, but like your phone was off.
Charging, sorry.
Okay. Stanley, I want your comment. I'm going to just mention one word to you or two words to you, and I want your comments. Okay?
Well, let's hear what this thing is.
Mental illness.
Oh, I think that in Grenada, we really need to do a lot more in terms of sensitizing people about mental illness. I'm not the only one who's mentally ill. Most of us are mentally ill. From the slightest depression. Some people are depressed and they don't know they're depressed because in Grenada we tend to talk about stress. And it so happened on me yesterday. I was looking at this young woman who's quite brilliant, but she's schizo. And she was talking about how this has disrupted her life and all the rest of it. And I think we just need more information rather than being scared of it, because we see mental illness through one sort of vision in terms of we think madness. Everybody's mad. They're mad. Therefore, I think it's, and I think, again, my usual thing is really the role of the media to inform us, to enlighten us, and see that this come in the forefront of all the debates that will take place in terms of electioneering. We need to do more, and we need to recognize, in terms of suicide, there is this guy. He's coming to talk to me. He was standing outside the house, speaking to a woman, and saying he had a rope in his bag, and he went to commit suicide, and he stopped chat. Now I heard them talking, so I went over after he left. I didn't see that he was going, and I said to this woman, "Mama, who is this guy?" Blah blah. He told me, and then I saw him about 2 days later, and we are in touch. He took a rope to the school where he teaches to hang himself, and he told me he's been suffering from depression for a long time. So we are in touch. I said to him, "Look, I'd love to do an interview with you about this, how you got into this state and all the rest of it." But imagine, Andre, a teacher. I suppose you say anybody going to work, who leaves home with a rope in his back, going to hang himself because of depression. But in his case, he was stopped. And I think if we highlight this thing more, and people know, if you have issues, you can call somebody and chat and get it off your chest, because it's not as if depression is something you can control. And sometimes we think, look, this is the end of the road. What else can I do? But I always say you have to be very brave to take your own life. It's not weakness. You have to be very brave. As you know, I grew up in England, so I'm used to people jumping in front of the train to terminate their life. But without making it too dramatic, I think we ought to do much more than we're doing. As you know, I do this in a video on a regular basis. There is one of the videos which is going to come out in the next week or two with this young woman who she gives a whole story. It's fascinating how COVID-19 took away her husband, and how you deal with that and the effect on you mentally.
Stanley, there was a situation where, and again, I like your comment straight up on that. There was a situation a couple of days ago where a young man, it is alleged that he approached a police officer. He was behaving in an outwardly manner, and police were called, and he approached the police officer with it's alleged he approached him with a weapon, and the police officer ended up, long story short, the guy was shot, and he died. Do you think, in your humble opinion, do you believe that we need to have different training as police officers so as to be able to deal with these matters so that they don't necessarily end up in the death of someone?
Well, undoubtedly there are training and ought to be training in special areas. So we can't comment on this particular case. But yes, there have been issues, because I know of a outstanding case like that, where the police saw this guy in what was described as a sword, and the police shot him, and he died. And you know, how be fair, how a police, whatever training he or her received, can look at me in the street, I have a cutlass in my hand, and I'm threatening to kill and whoever. How do you know that I am mentally ill? How do you know that I don't intend to kill? And then you're supposed to restrain me, and you train the way to restrain me, because I have a weapon that is considered to be dangerous, is to shoot me. And you're trained to shoot in the tummy. That way you'll stop the person. But what the public see at the end of the day, they're not to kill him, man. You're not to kill him, man. Well, how are the police supposed to know that the person is mentally ill? I put the spotlight back on us. If we cared, and we ought to, about mental illness, then people, some of the outpatients, we will know they're outpatients. We see them on the street, and rather than blaming this is ganja, they smoke too much ganja, drugs. That's not it at all. Most of us are prone to be mentally ill. There is a guy in Grenada, he's well known, he's a public figure, I can't mention him, and he's schizo, and nobody says anything about him, and he's a prominent figure. And I came across him once when we were at a restaurant eating, and this prominent man, took his plate and licked it. So, again, the police, yes, need special training. But I don't think you can blame the police in these incidents.
Okay.
What we ought to do is review the particular incident and learn from it. Because this is something that happens around the world, not just in Grenada.
All right, just to
Sorry?
let you know, of course, you're so very British that a man can take a plate and lick it. Daddy man plate. Is he eating it?
the man is a public figure.
Yeah. So what? So what?
He's in a restaurant.
And?
You can't take your plate and eat it.
Oh, you mean you can't lick it? So it's your plate. It was you ate from the plate.
You can't lick the plate.
Oh, you can't lick the plate. So what? Is the plate dirty?
It was breadfruit and
Is the plate dirty?
Man, look.
Stanley, are you going to answer my question? Is the plate dirty?
How is it dirty? I suppose what was left in the plate was very, I don't know, it was very, what shall I say, tempting.
That is what we call the guate. That is the real nice spot. The guess. Do you understand?
In public, the man licked the plate. We were all at the table. I mean, I was shocked that this man would lick the plate. But the fact is,
you're too British.
I know he's mentally ill, but that's all right. The next time I go to a restaurant, I'll lick the plate and see what happens.
You're too British. That's your problem. The Queen has so much influence on you, and you one who ain't swaying by the Queen at all. Stanley, I thank you very much for this morning. It was really impromptu, but we're having discussion based on that fatality that occurred a couple of days ago here in St. Patrick. And there, as you said, a number of people say, people have different various point of views. Some thought that the officer could have used less force. Some thought that he didn't have a chance. There are those who claim that the officer was falling at the time he fired the shot. He tripped because he was moving backwards away from the person and tripped, and so ended up discharged. There are all sorts of different stories. You don't know what the real stories is, but I guess there's a coroner's inquest. Is that what it is, Stanley?
Well, usually I don't know. We have that. There will be an inquest, yes. But I say, be fair to the system in terms of how can the police determine in a split second whether this is a real threat, and the police is trained or should be trained to protect himself and to use reasonable force. Again, as you say, the people have been calling in and talking have different point of views. Let me say, we're going around a very sensitive issue because this is a matter that there would indeed be an inquiry and we not to prejudge it.
Yeah.
Because if indeed the police, as one of your callers would have said, if indeed the police was unbalanced in discharging his gun or whatever the fancy phrase is, that may have an effect on where it ended up. And would you not be happy that he didn't end up killing an innocent bystander rather than the intended target? So there's a whole thing that you have to review, not just flying off the head. Nobody likes to see somebody get killed. So not just flying off the handle and blame the police. Oh, you should not shoot him. Well, you could have just tapped him over the head with a piece of stick or whatever. These are split-second judgments that have to be made. And all you could do is say, look, let's have an inquiry so we learn from it. We regret that the person died, but what would you have done? And therefore, I think the best we can do is, and these things should be public, have public inquiry, not stuff where you sweep the information under the carpet. Public inquiry, but hopefully out of this, Andre, which is my thing, is more attention will be paid where I am, as you know. All these mentally ill people by me, and nobody does anything about it. The guy right by me who is controlling the traffic, he's mentally ill. Every day he has this big argument. I think he should have been a priest because he's upset with the priest He makes all sorts of allegations about the priest, and he says he wouldn't have had to go to university to be a priest because he's a natural priest. Yet still they have him controlling traffic.
And he does a damn fine job.
What if he doesn't? He's better than those who are trained, because when the buses stop, he runs them down and shouts to them that they must move. They must, and they, in real terms, they shouldn't be stopping there, and they know that. And then the passengers are not helping the buses because they get off the bus, then look for their money to pay. I say this is absolute nonsense. In other countries, you don't pay, you can't get on the bus. So why do they have to do this? But this guy, yes, I would say he's mentally ill. And hopefully, again, the system would look at that and say, look, it's therapeutic because while he may have his illness, he controls the traffic better than the cops. Honestly, he does this. The cops do it as if they're not happy to be doing it. You know, they're kind of embarrassed to be doing it. But he runs up and down and he controls them. And the people, you know, whichever side they're coming from, Church Street or St. John Street, they respect him and shout at him and they blow him, and some of them give him money. You know, every week they give him some money and all the rest of it. Yes, he's doing a job. The mental health people should look and see whether or not this is therapeutic for him, and can we work out a system like that where some of these people who are mentally ill can indeed do something like that, because I'm sure the state is not paying. Must be some good cop or the other is saying, well,
no, he's probably getting, he's more than likely, Stanley, he's getting the public assistance that the government is giving, which I think has gone to $450. So he's being paid. Most of our challenged people
I'm
get
going
that.
to get this thing. Was that a commercial or a piece of propaganda you just gave me?
Shut up, Stanley. You know I will take every opportunity to let you know what the government is doing, Stanley. You know that. Come on. No better than that. That wasn't propaganda, Stanley. You know that. That was just me giving you information that you didn't have.
Yeah, well, that is true. No, this guy is doing a good job.
Right.
He's doing a great job. Even when it's raining. Like somebody gave him an umbrella. One of them big umbrella. Because when it's raining, he stands in the rain and controls the traffic. So I said, well, look at that. Nobody else would do that. He stands in the rain. So somebody gave him an umbrella. He's got one of these big parasol things. And he
does his job. He does his job.
And he controls the traffic. So yes, he's doing a wonderful, splendid job. I'm not saying no.
And yes, he receives public assistance, so you can consider that as payment. And in the last budget, the government did move the public assistance, I think, from $300. They added $150, so that'll be $450. What a compliment to them. Stanley, have a wonderful day. Take care, so God bless you.
So long.
Goodbye, Stanley.
Bye-bye.
Right. Oh, my friend Stanley, always there to help. Anyway, interesting comments, though. I told you that he did have some views on mental illness.
And he, you know, I like how he brought it over. And one line I like.
What?
Education, the media has a role, Andre Dano has a role, as do Edwin Martin. So you and Edwin Martin are the monkey on all the back. Are you listening to mental illness?
No, I have been doing it. Why
Continue.
Why do you think I know that's what views Stanley have on it? Because we've spoken to it before.
But I haven't heard you on radio saying it.
But you have not heard. I'm happy you said that. I'm going to laugh now. I'm happy to say you have not heard, which means that you did it. You can't say it wasn't done. You have not heard, and you don't listen.
But I need to hear you, because I listen regular enough. So that means you have not done that in a while.
What you need to do is to put the headphones in your ears 24/7 and listen to this station. That's what you need to do.
That's my only station.
I know, but you don't listen to us.
I don't know no other
What
station.
was played yesterday at 6 o'clock?
I don't know.
Exactly. So right there you go. So
what was played yesterday at 6 o'clock?
I don't know either.
Okay.
I don't know either.
It's not like you is
no.
Here is the repository of every knowledge. Go on.
But you asked me a question. I answered it truthfully. It doesn't mean that I knew what was played. That's why I asked you.
It doesn't mean I have to know what play 6 o'clock to prove that I don't listen to Real FM.
No, to prove that you listen to it 24/7, 365, 48/4.
We got 40. For 48 food?
Yeah.
I like that. Well, I'm ready to this one, so I hear the 48 food, but
You see, I've said this before. Good morning.
Hello, good morning. How you doing, brother?
I'm all right, sir. How you doing? Tell me.
I'm not too bad. I happen to be a security guard at Princess Alice, and I always have a problem with the police coming to the hospital with mentally challenged people. Repeatedly, they will come with with things that twice, 3 times that same person. Now you know the person have a mental situation. You could be able to assess the person and take the person to the general to Monkey at the same time, because you know they are mentally challenged, but you will bring them to the hospital and sit down and wait until the doctor gets a chance to tell you, well, all right, go to and I think
They have to wait. They cannot.
Monge wouldn't accept them without
They
that.
cannot get to Monge with the person and not have a document from the doctor. They cannot. They could get there, and Monge will say, we cannot accept that person. Take them to General Hospital to get that document to get back to Monge. So the system has to change.
Well, that is what I'm saying,
Yeah.
and I want to be in agreement with you. Another issue is you take up a prisoner, and you have to come to Princess Alice and sit there with that prisoner to get an opportunity to do a rapid test to make sure the person is COVID-free or not. I do believe that the police should have people, because I don't think it's rocket science to do a PCR test or whatever test it is. You understand? So I do believe the police are supposed to have people trained in the station to handle those minor issues. You understand? And I do believe in things we have to speak about, and I agree with you on that issue. Have a good day, brother.
You too, my friend. Take care.
But Jay, that caller raised a serious point then. So what happens, even as we advocate in them and them, what thiefing as you put it, should go in the penitentiary. Even before they enter the penitentiary, the police have to bring them in a place to prove that they won't contaminate the rest. And they have to go through the same rigors again.
But should that be the responsibility of the police? I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe shouldn't it be a situation where you are, if you're going to go to the pen, then you're deposited in the pen,
and test been done,
and you're
in
deposited in a particular area, isolated, until that test is done on you, and then you can enter general population. But to have the police going from here to there to do so and get this test done, that again, you see when you say on the police plate again, these are things that can be taken from the plate. And again, I say, Edwin Martin, I have to call you out, sir. You the chief. You're the one. You're the one who has to come down and realize that these are the issues that needs to be dealt with.
But you could call out, based on the police ordinance, the deputy commissioner is the one responsible for the day-to-day running of the organization, so you could call him out too?
No.
But Dre, in putting that in the proper context, and you see what that raised here, the understanding of the new national party in governance. Remember that issue in the south of the island when they have this place, the forward thinking, and they are the place in case something happen. So realizing if something like that happen and men no fit, that would have been a place they could rest until they get ready to go and solve the timing. So even for, like when they had the place in Granans and they were saying they have another prison. So if a lot of men have to go in the penitentiary and a few of them have COVID, that could have been a place they could have gone rest until they rehabilitate and then send them up. Yeah, but Dre, like Stanley rightly say, something what education needs to happen on that. And before we went on to Stanley, I was alluding to the fact that mental illness causes men to behave, and we are going along the lines of the sexual offenses. But you know the victims of those offenses, mental illness could be a part of the going forward after being harassed and things. So I think it's a issue as you rightly say, is an issue what Edwin Martin has his bit to do with it. However, Andre Donald has his bit to continue to do, being part of the media, and the media should do it. And even me, being around my peers and friends, is a topic I should engage with them to understand the whole context, because it affects everyone.
Here's a school of thought coming from one of our listeners here, Carl. Not only the 6 months training, they also need to do recurrent training.
Yeah.
Because different behavioral patterns keep coming up.
Refreshers. Mm-hmm. It's an ongoing thing, and like you see, just like how the RGPF recognize the importance of dealing with sexual crime, so you have the special victims unit. I think some unit of that magnitude could do for that thing, you know, Dre. And given all the requisite training necessary to treat with, and they could be like the trainers. Once they receive this training, they shouldn't keep it to themselves, but go throughout all police precincts. So maybe about 2-3 years down the road, mostly all officers at a station would have a level of thing.
Welcome. You just came in.
Not just coming, what?
I said this since it was like 7:30. You just got here.
Okay, the repository of every knowledge.
Yeah, you just got here. I just
realized.
realized.
The repository of every knowledge.
Good. Nice of you to come.
Okay, the repository of every knowledge.
Why, you had a transportation problem this morning?
Okay, the repository of every knowledge.
Yeah, your record stick.
Yes,
you see,
and to be condescending.
You see the dirty. You only stick
I just clean me lens.
Yeah, you ain't clean it yet.
Yes.
You just reach. You ain't clean it yet. Clean it. I'm waiting. Go on, clean your lens.
Soon as I reach.
Yeah.
Yeah, just so.
Oh, you clean it now, right? Good. Proceed.
Nah, Dre, but it's a collective effort. Not only the training for the police. Everybody in the thing, because we want to create a society where no one left behind, without letting people just fall to the cracks like that, and mentally challenge people. And if we have to go and understand some of the things Stanley say, out of behavioral patterns, what we might deem in our own way, not only could be as a result of being mentally challenged. Right? Or dealing with, look at the example he give all the teacher. And the teacher, and we expose all the children to that. So the children exposed to that. I don't know, it's a big issue, and sometimes issues of national importance like that, we tend not to want to be part of it because it does salacious or we don't get into call out people's name and say things how they might not true. A lot of times,
maybe what we're saying about Edwin is not true. Maybe he's working on something, but we just need to know that he's working on something. Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
Oh boy. 15 minutes after the 9 o'clock. Good morning, Grenada. Good morning, Caracupi, Martinique, 107.9 inside of Fun City, Brooklyn. Good morning to all you guys. To my son, Katz, good morning to you. Nice to know you locked on, listening to your daddy. See, Daddy, I've got my son listening. See? My daughter ain't listening. She's sleeping.
So that way you bring me with all this confidence because your son listening?
No. I bring with confidence all the time. He doesn't have to listen. He knows his father could handle this. Just like he could.
The role of the media in all of this, Dre. What do you think?
The media has a responsibility to develop the society. That is a responsibility of the media, to develop the society. Now,
but you don't see it as an obligation.
A responsibility.
Okay. No, I'm just trying to get it clear.
Responsibility and obligation, they're parallel. They're on the same level. It is the responsibility of the media. However, it is also the responsibility of the media to be responsible.
Okay.
And that is the media's biggest problem.
That's the crux of the matter.
The media is not as responsible as it should be. Case in point, how the media handled COVID. Treacherous. You don't believe me? Let me call my brain friend again. And I'm just going to say, I'm going to ask him, how did the media handle COVID in Grenada? Agree?
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, let me call him again. And he's going to want to kill me this morning, but I'm okay with that. He can kill me. Yeah, he will know that I'm picking his brain this morning. Yeah, he is going to... When he answers, you realize that, oh, it's Andre again. Okay, hold on. Do I get this thing right? Like he ain't answering. Oh yeah, he has answered. Here, it's me again. And
No.
Careful with what you say. It's just me again.
Oh, no.
Hold
You're
on.
on the radio again?
Yeah, hold on. Now listen to this. How
Yes.
did the media handle COVID in Grenada?
Very badly, I suppose. To be fair to the media, they are not trained and don't understand their role. So my opinion may be biased because I'm viewing them as people who supposed to know what they're doing and have not done it properly, were not supportive of the state, and didn't help the state to peddle the information it needs to do so that the people themselves can then take up the issue and do what is right. The media got itself involved, some parts of it, we're not taking that, that's no good for you. All this sort of nonsense you see on the net, the conspiracy theories and all the rest of it, they're putting some kind of transmitter in your body to give them information. I mean, that's not the media's business. They weren't supposed to get involved in that, but because the people are not trained, they do this kind of thing, which is very sad. And it is sad because it has an effect on us. We tend to look towards the media, I exclude myself from that, for information. So the people don't know what is being said on the radio or TV is not accurate, and they follow it. And this is why we have all this confusion.
That's all. I just wanted to get your thoughts on that. That's all.
Oh God, this is for a news piece. You have entrapped me, Andre, as usual.
Of course, I'm smart.
Yes, you are.
You trained me, didn't you? And I keep reminding you of that. You're the one who started, and as they say in thing, you created the monster, and your name is Frankenstein. So you created the monster, and the monster turned around and ate Frankenstein. Hence the reason they call the monster Frankenstein.
Well, I hope that those who look towards you for information will see that I try to be balanced and give information that is useful to them. And I would say that publicly, as I always do. The media in Grenada is badly trained and it doesn't know its role.
Have a good day, Stanley.
Thank you, mate.
All right, good. So you heard it for yourself.
Yes, I did.
Right. So I don't need to say anything more in relation to the media. It's just that I'd love that we would have approached it. But the good thing is, in all of this, government only last week reached out to the media and say, hey, we need everybody on board here. There's a meeting in which a number of media managers, Odette Campbell from GBN is there, Mikey representing WeFM was there, the gentleman, the owner of Power FM, he was there at that meeting. So it was government's way of reaching across the aisle, if you would call it that, reaching across the aisle and saying that, hey, you know what? I need your help. Mm-hmm. And I think it was a good meeting in that most, if not all, of the parties there agreed to be on board with government in doing this.
Okay.
And it was also raised that there are parties at the different media houses across the island who would be from time to time promoting anti-vax or not saying things that goes along
Contrary.
they're saying things contrary to what the state is pushing, and it was agreed that we all will work towards curbing that. So that's the first step that was taken. Brilliant move by Minister Steele. The Prime Minister was at that meeting, the Zoom meeting. The Prime Minister attended that meeting. So once the Prime Minister attends, you, the media house, you have to do something. Realize now how important that is to the nation, to the state. You have to understand that, because the Prime Minister does not attend every FET match. But when he attends a meeting like that, you know, okay, yes, this thing is serious and we all have to do our part. So I think different things should start happening in the coming weeks in relation to how we go forward, meaning the media here, in terms of keeping the nation informed as it relates to the vaccine and what is rolling out and everything in relation to COVID-19. 22 minutes after the 9 o'clock hour, Andrea Donald together with Carl Keaton for the Xtension this morning. We're going to take a commercial break, friends, and when we come back, we have not touched on anything political this morning. Well, when I say political, we ain't do something niggle nobody in the ribs yet this morning. You know. When we come back, we must do that. Stay with us.
Grenadians at home and in the diaspora, let's celebrate our 48th anniversary as an independent nation, overcoming adversity, safeguarding livelihood, protecting our future. Events to observe the 48th anniversary of our independence include National Colors Day and Interministerial Display, along with the virtual staging of the Independence Calypso Monarch competition at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium on Friday, February 4th, February 5th from 7 p.m. Cultural Extravaganza, Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Both events will be carried live via GIS Channel 22, GIS Facebook and YouTube channel, and the National Celebrations Committee Facebook page. The National Ecumenical Service, Grenada Trade Center, 3 p.m. Sunday, February 6th. Then on Monday, February 7th, Independence Day. It's the military parade and rally, 10 a.m. at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Happy 48th Grenada.
There comes a time in every household when a loved one passes on, and we all need the support and guidance of a trusted friend. Lacroix Brothers Funeral Home has been your dedicated friend. And now, for your convenience and added financial ease, we introduce specially designed complete funeral packages from as low as $5,500. Same professional quality services, but now greater choices at the lowest possible prices. As you prepare to enter your loved one into eternal rest, visit Lacroix Brothers Funeral Home and select a package that brings added comfort to the entire family. Conditions apply. Serving you from locations in St. George's, Grenville, and Carriacou. Call us at 440-2302 any time of day. Lacroix Brothers Funeral Home, continuing a tradition of excellence.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway, St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials, including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel, and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, inset screens, and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&M Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices, or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
The first word when you speak about furniture is classic. Yes, at Classic Furniture, they design and make the best in local furniture. All their products are made from the finest local wood available on island. You think it, they design it and make it to your expectations. The highest standards at the best possible price, and they also provide provide higher purchase for you, their valued customers. Located on Ben Jones Street in Grenville with their factory at Chantimel in St. Patrick. That's where you need to visit when looking for products made of the finest local wood. They deliver and install items at no extra cost. Your satisfaction is their mission. The extra step is taken to ensure their customers are completely satisfied. They do doors and finished kitchens, supplies mattresses, and restores antique pieces to look like the first day they were made. Hey, give us a call on 442-4645 and 442-9726. Classic Furniture, Grenada's homegrown furniture producers.
Ozone really gets it clean. Get with the Ozone family line of products. Ozone liquid laundry detergent. Perfect for your semi or fully automatic washing machines. Yet suitable for your hand wash. Soft on your hands. Ozone Disinfecting Cleaner. It's the most powerful disinfectant and cleaner with a long-lasting fresh scent. Tackles every job around the house or office. Ozone detergent powder and ultra soft fabric softener gets your clothes clean with a natural freshness, keeps your colors bright. Choose from the wonderful scents, soft flower, ocean breeze, and the new aloe vera. Keep your kitchen sparkling clean with the Ozone dishwashing liquid, Ozone sponges and cleaning cloth. Ozone toilet bowl cleaner removes lime scale and kills germs while giving your toilet a refreshing scent. Ozone really gets it clean. Marketed and distributed by Calico, Frequente St. George's, and are available at shops and supermarkets nationwide.
Now more than ever, Flow is working hard to keep you connected to the things that matter most. Your family, your work, and your favorite entertainment. We are also providing Flow Study free of charge so students can stay connected and up to date with their schoolwork. And because your safety is our highest priority, you can manage your account from the safety of your own home through the MyFlow app. We are here for you, keeping you connected.
The Ministry of Agriculture, Lands and Forestry reminds the public that the 2021 hunting season is closed and will remain closed until the 30th of September 2022. Animals that should not be hunted during the closed period are as follows: manikou, tattoo, monkey, iguana, and ramier. The ministry cautions that hunting during the closed season carries a penalty of $1,000 or a term of 6 months imprisonment. The public is asked to be guided accordingly.
Dear customer, please help us limit the potential impact of COVID-19. If you have cold, flu, or COVID-19 symptoms, please postpone your visit to Grenlec. We recommend using online banking to make payments, available through Co-op Bank, Republic Bank, and FCIB. You can also use check drop boxes at each of our locations. For bill balances and other information, call 237. For additional support, email customersupport@grenlec.com.
Here in Grenada, we need a little education. It's time to do some introspection. Like we at a standstill and the whole country suffering from social constipation. And it's sad because we've done better before. Like we don't love this country anymore. And if I am wrong, it will be my delight to apologize as long as Grenada alright. I still believe we've some serious house cleaning. Let's pick up our national pride and put all our garbage outside.
TC, Top Cat. All garbage outside. Good morning again, Carl. Well, you can't hear? I don't know what you did because I didn't do anything. I don't know what you did because I did not do anything. I didn't touch anything. So you figure out what you did by your end. Are you hearing me now?
Yeah.
Good. See? Barbados.
All garbage outside?
Yeah, they put all garbage outside. Yeah, garbage truck passing in Barbados picking up the opposition now.
So is that a precursor to what could happen here?
Not what could happen, it's what will happen.
Yeah, I like when you be blunt.
Yeah, what will happen. and there's no denying that. And Carl, there was something I said to you before the Barbados election. What was it? I also said it to Raymond Courtney, my cousin.
We see a lot of things like that.
There's something I said in reference to the Barbados elections. Because even my good friend Stanley was saying, wow, all governments are in problems in relation to elections this time around because of COVID and blah, 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 blah. And I said, yes, I do agree. And I do believe that governments will be challenged in relation to elections. But check this out. I also said, what happens in Barbados may very well have an effect on what happens in Grenada. And who vex could vex, according to your good friend Raymond Matthew. He celebrated his birthday a couple days ago.
If they vex, they vex. They face
theirs. But the truth is, Grenada will mirror Barbados. And that's not a joke.
Because a lot of things with Barbados election, you have some similarities here. And first of all, the preparedness of the opposition.
Mm-hmm. First thing, one of the members of the 30 in the previous winning earlier decided he was going his way.
Yeah. Like your friend Kenny Lal Singh, he went his way?
No, it was like Tobias.
Yeah.
Don't bring Kenny into that. Let's do the Tobias. Tobias went his way. Right? Same thing happened in Barbados. And guess what? What is instructive here is that the candidate that they chose in that particular area defeated that person, yeah?
Yeah.
So
he didn't win on his strength, basically.
So look at it this way. The caretaker
Northeast St. George's.
In the Northeast, the caretaker in the Northeast
will take care of business.
Well, look at it and look at the similarities. Tobias went his way.
Leader of the opposition, so did the guy in Barbados.
Right. Enter into the scuffle, if you want to call it that, or enter into the fight,
is the skirmish.
Yeah, into the skirmish is Nimrod. And based on what you are hearing and based on what you are seeing and based on the amount of work that this guy Nimrod would have done in the Northeast, it is believed that if elections was called in the morning, he'll win.
And based on the utterances of Tobias Clement, every time he enters in the people's parliament, he asks the speaker what Clarice Charles still doing down here.
Because he knows he won with her.
Because I wonder why he always asking the speaker why the ambassador is still here.
She did all the work in his campaign.
Because he walked away from a area where he could have asked what she doing Hunger and Steel. He went his own way.
Yeah.
And then for some reason he's not comfortable with the good little lady being here. So that is an indication as to how he feel about the whole setup.
So we have to understand that. And I don't expect very many changes
within the setup.
Within the whole setup. We already know that Mr. Philip, Senator Philip, I should say,
the caretaker,
is the caretaker for the St. Patrick West constituency, and Anthony Boston is not running that constituency again. We already know
clarity, no voice, no door to come out.
Right. No voice, no door to come out and say anything.
Yeah.
It is already clear.
No CV door to be presented.
Right. And there may be more that we don't know.
Yes.
So, and this is something that the rank and file members of the new National Party, this is something that they have to be very cognizant of. You know, you have two caretakers already.
Yes.
You know you have two caretakers. One in the Northeast, one in St. Patrick West. You know that for a fact. There may be more. There may be others who are there who are probably thinking, well, you know what? I think I've done my fair share. Time to give someone else an opportunity to do.
Time has come for them to take
right.
Rest.
There may be more. You don't know. So we just have to wait and see. And I guess the political leader, Gensec and chairman of the party, will make their intentions known so that people could understand. One thing I remember, and again, one thing I remember, General Secretary for the New National Party, Roland Bowler, say to me, Andre, the caretaker is not necessarily the person. He is highly likely.
But not a foregone conclusion.
It is not a foregone conclusion. So it's about 75-80% that person will go on. But it is not 100% that person who is. So Oliver, something can happen and Oliver is removed from the position. Yeah. Something can happen and Philip is removed from the position. That is how it is. So we also have to be cognizant of that moving forward. Because if something happens to a particular caretaker, ain't no party gonna run that person hoping that they will win still when things probably point in the direction of them not winning, especially if they do a polls. Especially if they do a polls. Hey, but in any event, that be that. But I do believe, Carl, I do believe that there may still be some shifts in relation to MPs.
The construct.
I think that there are MPs who are probably saying, you know what, I think this is it. This is as far as I can take the party, and I believe that someone else should pick up the mantle from here. I believe that I get the feeling that is going to happen. Right? Just as I get the feeling that with the National Democratic Congress, I have the feeling, Carl, that they would end up on election day not having solidly chosen their candidates.
And you speak of that, Dre, and that's an issue. And in recent days, I had a conversation with a member of the Congress, a paying member of the Congress. And she alluded to the fact that she come with the same old reasoning how the Right Honorable Dr. Keith Mitchell, they are around too long. So I asked her where, I asked her nice, I said, where you was from 2013 to now. I said, as far as I know, you didn't travel, and there was 2 exercises where Dr. Keith Mitchell caused you to be part of, and your opinion as to term limit, and you happily vote no to term limit. So I say, And I'm speaking like how I spoke to her, say, so on the road to Damascus, what happened to you? Because I know Paul on the road to Damascus was the intention to persecute the Christians. And then the light shine in the eye and then he turn around. So I say, some light shine in your eye now about term limit because you didn't agree with the referendum. And so he fixed it. And that is the whole DNA makeup of the Congress. They move from position to position when the fit is so fashionable so to do. And in same unity, like what we're speaking, okay, the exercise was done democratically with Mr. Olivier. The village branch and so on came and overwhelmingly think him as the caretaker. And you didn't hear in this voice note going out, or this one wasn't happy, and this one saying you lose 2 times already and you shouldn't come back, and your mouthpiece blasting this one. So how could you, Dre, with all confidence, promote a particular party that is in disarray?
Mm-hmm.
And politics is still of and for by the people. And even the leader you choose and you liken him to Sir Eric, you liken him to Morris, but he's nothing of the cloth or of the ilk of Morris and Sir Eric, because Morris and Sir Eric was people who championed certain causes for the masses, and people knew those persons, Dre. And if you ask Sir Eric or Morris at the time, where is Kako, he would know. But that cannot be said about the president, that he don't know. So how you don't know and you want to represent the people who you don't know about, you don't know what it is, and you want to liken him to that. And the issue here is not one no saying that Dr. Kit Mitchell has a God-given right to be Prime Minister until he dies. However, for in this particular time, his performance warrants that he get another, that he return. It's not a case of, saying, why, because we like him and we're being biased. If we strip everything bare and look at the progress of this country from 2013, and I don't going back then, from 2013 to now, and the way he managed to handle this whole thing, is the same mentality you get like the Barbados construct. The people are happy with what is happening. And that is vested and indicated by the mood of the people. So when you come and you say, oh, you want change, for what? Or is it necessary now? And the Barbados people probably spoke overwhelmingly and said, no, what is going on now might not be full 100. However, it is putting us in a particular place. And then now, if we take it further and in our context,
Mm-hmm.
and we contrast economically and otherwise, Dr. Kit Mitchell is doing better than how I was doing it.
Well, one of the things that is instructive here is that, since the pandemic, they have not had a budget.
And the economy is of such, and you see, persons like to follow or draw parallels only with one issue. So like if something like what gas come up, they go tell you gas price in Barbados is XYZ. But they would not draw the parallels, cost of living and all other things surrounding the whole thing. And if you look at it, Andrew, what is instructive to note in recent days, the IMF giving a thumbs up under the leadership of Dr. Kit Mitchell. So all those who talking about change and the economy is what and whatsoever. The IMF is people who don't just say you're doing well if you're not doing well. Because they don't have a dog in the race for somebody to hold their hands to the fire and say you have to say that. When they speak in glowing terms of a country, it's because the country is doing well. And in the whole pandemic, the forward they give in Grenada, or the handling of the economy and persons, added to that, the increases what happened. And we spoke this morning even with the seed program when you say there was an increase even for that of 150. So it all is going on. It is not no rocket science as you would say. You don't have to go in Harvard or UTT or Princeton anyway to see what is happening here. And that is instructive to note in making that particular decision. And one says, oh, Dr. Kit, and so then the person says they're long. And whatsoever say, yes, but being long and being able to manage a particular team with the unity, and you find me saying that plenty during no scandal.
You've said that a lot of times already.
And that is something you want in a team, Audrey. You want a team with, you could rest assured that these people and them are in for the long haul, they're in for the cause, and not every man for himself. And the alternative to the NNP, the National Democratic Congress, cannot speak of that. And even they're in opposition now with all this fighting and so on. Why you expect if they get into governance, if they enter into the prime ministerial well or the prime ministerial vineyard, what would happen? So change and chance, change ought to be for the better. Chance ought to be realistic, not just anyhow. And even you are the pretender. You're not telling me what your intentions are or what you will do different. You condemn everything that has been done. You trivialize it to tokenism. You trivialize it to wastage. But yet, on the other side of what you haven't said to me, okay, that is wastage. Here's how I'm going to fix it. That is tokenism. Here's what I'm going to sustain it. And then when you find you don't have enough traction or you're not getting persons to buy into the concept of let me just change it, man, you see, where they getting the money from? So it becomes from one trivializing it, tokenism, wastage. And when you find that again traction, you see, where you getting the money from? Because that tells the story. You don't have a clue as to how we could get the money. So you understand, it is a simple something to understand. And I guess the Barbados electorate understood what it was. And I have no doubt that the electorate here, when the time comes, whenever they say, oh, he playing thing, yeah, he had the bell in his pocket because the Constitution afforded him that right. To have the bell to ring it when he wants to.
Well, he offered you the chance to change it, and that's something that I cannot understand. He offered the nation an opportunity to change it that he did not have. So you have, one, you had term limits, and two, you had a date set for elections.
So you could prepare.
So you can prepare. He said, let's do this. The Congress, the majority of the Congress, they said no. They encouraged the people of Grenada to vote no to this. Today, when you listen, the present leader of the Congress, Carl, the present leader, is saying that, hey, there should be term limits.
Who that guy was?
And hey, we should have fixed date for election. Where were you? And that is to show.
That speaks to him. There's serious indictment on him.
It
I mean, you don't know.
To his political infancy. That's what it speaks to. It tells you that he was not paying attention.
Yes.
He was
not awake.
He was not paying attention to what was happening in Grenada at the time.
He was fighting for big business at the time.
He was fighting for big business.
He couldn't bother all the people.
So you see where his head was focused. He was not bothered with the people and changes that he himself, I believe that he believes in it, Changes that he himself wanted, they came right into his face.
Right in his lap.
And he said,
nah.
He did not pay attention. So he voted against it.
And the boldface about the future. The next morning after the referendum, they boldface enough to say that the Prime Minister should have resigned. So the whole thing is not about leading this country or changing this country to making it a better place. It's just to get in and read often.
Mm-hmm. That is the whole mantra. Get rid of Keith Mitchell. Well, one man can be so bad. One man?
So even at the time they saying let we get rid of Kit Mitchell, what they telling us Kit Mitchell has done enough. He has done so much. Because if you are to spend all your waking hours devising a plan to get rid of one guy, that guy what he salt, not no piece in the tail guy.
Excuse me, there's something else I can't understand, Carl, and probably you can help me. Former Prime Minister Tillman Thomas, I would really and truly love for media houses to stop embarrassing the man. Do not seek out former Prime Minister Tillman Thomas for comments. He's not coherent.
Or if they want to do that, they
Do
should
not
give him a heads up.
Do not seek him out for comments. I'm not speaking about giving him a heads up as to what you're going to talk
He's
to him
not ready
about.
at all.
He cannot handle it. I used to believe that Glenn Noel was wrong, but I'm coming to believe that Glenn Noel was correct. Don't let him speak to the press. Control him. And why do I say this? If you listen to him recently.
On what issue?
On the issue of the candidates, where it is full force ahead, according to Mr. Mitchell, that we are going to have a new slate. That is what they want to change everybody in every area. It is full speed ahead. But he, Prime Minister Thomas, is saying, well, you know, we could do it some of the older heads. So he's singing one tune and Deacon is singing another tune. And that's why I say, media houses, stop embarrassing this patrician. We're very proud of our patricians. You understand? While Guelph can boast of having a multitude of governor generals, we can boast of having
Chief Justices.
Yeah, we can boast of having a prime minister. Yes.
And they can't take that away from
They can't,
us.
yeah. Yes, he may not have been the best, but at the end of the day, when history is written, it would read Prime Minister Thomas until my daughter gets back.
And they cannot argue with that.
Did I say anything wrong?
No.
I didn't say it. You didn't hear me say anything, did you? So I'm saying to you, media houses, do not interfere with Mr. Thomas. Leave him be. All right? Because he can't be saying one as a senior member of the party, as what the foresters would call as a past chief ranger. He can't be saying one and the chair is saying another one. That doesn't make sense at all. So do not continue
So
to
who do you blame that on?
On who do I blame it on?
Yeah.
I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying don't do it.
Blame it on the asphalt.
I don't know. It's their asphalt, not mine.
Well, if the gentleman bias, or die bias, they should respect that. And if the gentleman has his way of doing things in terms of person presenting his CV and thing. So maybe the past Prime Minister is not in total agreement with. So maybe because he say you would advise, all the up in the game is you advice, so maybe that is part of his advice to Mr. Mitchell is to keep some of the old guys. But what is instructive to note, in their constitution, you see, once you get 2 bites of the cherry and you don't make it, you can't come back. I don't know they do that to get rid of George Prime, but he bite a lot of people.
He had 3. He lost 3 times.
George?
No. Tillman Thomas. He
Well-
lost 3 times before he became Prime Minister.
Okay.
Check it.
So I mean Philip who got a 3rd bite?
Well, based on how it's looking, Philip will. Philip controls the constituency. He controls the executive at this particular point in time. But I know what will happen. You see, what they will do is that the executive will move in and they will stand down both Thomas and Philip.
And bring another person?
And they will choose another person. Based on what I'm hearing, they're going to choose a woman.
Okay.
There's a young lady that they're eyeing. So they're going to stand on both Philip and Thomas and say, okay, fine, no, none of you are going to go into this race because both of you would cause a problem here. So we're going to bring in a third person. Another woman. As a matter of fact, based on my investigation, that woman should be my cousin,
Wow.
Yeah. And I don't know if she knows. But don't worry, when she starts the campaign, I'll remind her, hey, be careful now. I might talk to her before she gets in and say, yo, don't go and stay in your character. Leave these people in them alone. 442-0175. You can call us if you would like to have a comment or two on our program this morning. We will, of course, appreciate the call from you. And Carl, I also would like to point out that in the St. Andrew, in that parish, the four ladies seems to be very well entrenched. Delma Thomas, Yolan Bain, Kate Lewis, Emmeline Pierre, they seem to be very well entrenched. As a matter of fact, congratulations to Kate Lewis. She got married on the weekend.
Oh, yes, congratulations.
To her.
For entering into the estate of matrimony.
Yeah, she's now Kate Lewis Peters, I think. Can somebody help me here? Is it Peters? I believe it is. Mrs. Kate Lewis. Well, I don't say Ms. This mistress thing, I don't like it.
No, mistresses, but no can say mistress.
Yeah.
Mrs.
Yeah, Mrs. Well, we got a caller. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning again.
Mm-hmm.
I spoke to your cousin already, and your cousin not in that.
She not in that, no?
No. Your cousin went to get things. I personally tell her, I said, don't get involved in this confusion.
Okay, well.
I said, you have ambition, down the road. Not around this time.
Not around
Have a
this
good
time.
morning again.
All right, good.
Wow.
So you see, my cousin don't take it back to that. She's smart. She had it down all blood. Smart people. You wondering how our family quite so, eh? Don't worry, Bridget. Don't worry, your Bridget. I'll keep you in the loop. So my cousin not in that. Thank God.
Yeah, man.
So I am so happy. I could just walk away right now. Because I'm so happy she's not in that. Okay, I see we have a call on our WhatsApp thing. That person do I credit her. Let's take it. Good morning. Hello? What's he doing?
Yeah,
Hello?
morning.
Turn down your thing in the background, making all this
I'm
noise.
good.
Turn down that thing in the background.
Yeah.
You and your you and your confusion, people. Turn on. I ain't not time for that. Talk. Good morning. Talk to me.
Yes, how are you?
I'm all right. How are you doing?
Right. So what going on? I've been listening a couple programs this morning and to the latter part of yesterday. You know, people still have the idea that the referendum had hidden agendas when it comes to term limits and all these things on them. So I trying to figure out what are the hidden agendas, and can we go back to find all those papers that was drafted to actually do a kind of infomercial, like to inform the greater people of exactly what was in the bill, and let me see what those people who was against the bill talking about and why they was against it. You feel that would be a good idea?
Well, I'll tell you this. You can speak to the referendum and you can speak to whatever. But I will not assist these people in any form, shape, or fashion. You and I both know, and people like Francis Alexis and Ruggles Ferguson and so, they know, and persons within the National Democratic Congress or very high repute within the Congress, they know that there were no hidden agendas. They know that. The only reason why the the referendum failed is because they did not want Keith Mitchell's name to be etched in history as having changed the Constitution.
Definitely.
That's what they didn't want. So they fought for that. Yes, they got their wish, but who is to say when he wins the 15 seats again, he will not decide, okay, fine, I'm going to do it now. Because he can. So I am not going to give them gas so as to go and find out, go and look for things that are not there. I ain't not time for that. Let me use my energies somewhere else. If you want to do that, go ahead, no problem. But I am not doing that.
But you
I ain't
see,
going there.
There's a saying: "Who talk the loudest has to be right." And my point with that is that when people talking loud, like this guy, you have a guy that always calling a certain radio station and is insinuating that there's no constitution and the constitution is not legit. Now you see, when these men talk loudly and boldly and blindly to people, it have a sense of resonance when they say the same thing over and over, and that is what is dangerous. When you say there's no constitution or the legality of the constitution is not there, yet you have a government, yet you have an administration, yet you have an arm of the law. What are you saying? That means you are saying that this country is running lawless, and that is a very dangerous thing to be doing. And these guys are apparently doing this to have this country on a path of instability, and they're doing it over and over and over. And it's like I say, I listen to a lot of programs.
Let me say
and
this.
I decipher how them guys talking, and them guys talking dangerous. Huh?
Let me say this to you.
It may not seem so to everybody, but I'm seeing it like that. Huh?
Yeah, but let me say this part to you. I blame Peter David for all of this. Because there are names that I wouldn't mention, but I blame Peter David for all of this. Because if Peter David had left him in Venezuela, that would have never happened. We would have never been in this position. So I blame Peter David. That's all I'm going to say on the matter. And not more to say on that. Nothing more to say on that.
The cannabis issue, I think that would be the issue for the next campaign of the election. I could be wrong, but I believe the people on the NDC side, they're talking on both sides of the mouth, and that would be the downfall, because countries that has weed or cannabis or ganja, whatever you want to call it, they have certain laws in place, and the laws that legalize it does not give you full use of it like how they portray it here. So that is misinformation again to the youth. So once again, this party seems to be on a track of misleading people, and that will always be the problem, and they'll always forever be in opposition. Well, a party with no seats because of this nonsense they're doing. Sad to say, but that's my reality on it.
All right. Take care, brother. Have a wonderful day. Good. 5 minutes after the 10 o'clock hour, 442-0175. Carl, I ain't entertaining that kind of thing, man. That is helping, trees that fall in the forest. You want them to make noise now, man.
I mean, you're in what actually the referendum?
Yeah.
They know. There were many consultations. They know. Mm-hmm. As a matter of fact, prominent members within the organization knew. They knew that they could have voted on separate paths. Mm-hmm. So those what they deem to be hidden whatsoever, which is not the truth.
We got a caller. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Yes, sir.
Yes, good conversation this morning.
Thank you.
Listening. And I do believe from the time I know the sea has been born on the island, and the deception they have, they will continue for a very long time if they don't change their ways. And knowing that my cousin did marry to Mr. George Britton, and I didn't support them because of a lot of different things that I will see. However, God controls states, and when people decide who they want in power, they're going to put them. But at the end of the day, we all know already, we're going to do just like our Grenadian leader do in Barbados. So, and then whatever Dr. Keith Mitchell doing in this country, nobody else cannot do it more than him.
Okay.
And at the end of the day, I would have to say congratulations to him also for doing what he do, because he never promised $450 But however, the NDC promised in 2008 $400, and they never get it. And if I remember, Dr. Keith McKelvey forced the NDC to put $50 at it, and so they get it. So, however, what our brother Prime Minister doing, nobody else cannot do it on this island after Eric Matthew Gary and Keith Mitchell. Thank you.
Okay, great. Have a wonderful day.
Yeah.
All right, good.
Yeah, Dre, I was saying, and what is interesting here, Dre, the persons or most of the supporters of the National Democratic Congress, anytime you have a discussion with them, they seem to label you as somebody who don't know. They call you dunce and so on. So give it to them. They are the bright set of people. But that doesn't reflect in the utterances and decisions they make as it relates to the referendum. And there was a joy about them when the referendum failed, Dre. So now to come and make excuses about hidden agendas in the referendum is being disingenuous. So to say now, to push that narrative about there were hidden things in the referendum doesn't make much sense for good argument's sake. In terms of you refer to the person referring to the Constitution is not what it is. But what gives that person the authority or what information that person has that we do have to make those utterances to me, and whose view that is. Whose view that is one we have to speak of. And in terms of the Congress as a unit, they are yet to satisfy the ordinary person in this country as to what are the plans and program for this country. How would they treat with the employment situation? How would they treat with the youth? And when one has to come before you and ask you to cause them to take the leadership role in this country, you ought to be satisfied that they are capable, one, in terms of staying together, staying the course, being a cohesive unit, being a united unit, and they are yet to convince us of that. As a matter of fact, we doesn't know who that unit will be up until this time. And when you hear the operatives going around and say, okay, they will call snap election in Grenada, but you know they will call snap election and you don't have nothing in place, and you expect the Grenadian public to have confidence in your Dre. If at this time you touting or your surrogates speaking of snap elections, you saying that, but you have nothing in place to address that, and bearing in mind there's a small matter of winning 8 seats to be in governance, so you must have to at least have 8 persons, 8 candidates. And you telling people that, oh, Dr. Keith Mitchell go call a snap election. Oh, he has the date to call it, he knows when you're on the call. And you telling the Grenadian public we want change, but you not positioning yourself even to convince the Grenadian public that you're ready to handle it. Up until this time, you're still having issues as to who you want to go forward with as a candidate. And that speaks volume for an organization who want to champion change or say change will come, or who say they're ready to govern. How? At this particular time, and you, through your surrogates, publications and utterances, telling the nation that he go have a snap election here. The budget was read, and you saying it's an election budget, but you're putting nothing in place, and you telling people, well, I don't know, maybe as one say, maybe that is above me pay grade, so I don't know what. But what I know about election thing, you have to have at least 8 persons. You have to convince the Governor General that you have a majority in the House. And in getting the House, you have to have candidates to run. Or maybe that's why they say in the Constitution is not legal. Maybe it's all part of that whole thing. Because if you say it's not legal and the Constitution requires that you have candidates to run and you have to win at least 8 the majority, and you have to convince the government that you have the blessings of the majority, the Governor General, that you have the blessings of the majority to be Prime Minister and to be leader. The Constitution speaks to that. And then if you say the Constitution is not valid, maybe that's why. So you don't feel you should put it in place, you should just take it.
Again, as I said to you, my brethren, you can speak those words, but I'm not going to help that individual perpetuate those sort of statements. Let me tell you something. And I say this, and a lot of people would do so and get problems with me when I say this. But it is a fact. You see, people have to understand that when they do so and they make these statements, Carl, you know, you cause people to do so and wonder. And there's no pun intended here, but I wonder if the gentleman is blind. No pun intended. Is he blind? And it's only, you see what happens, eh? And it goes back to personalities on different entities. Well, why? I keep asking. They know all that we say, Carl. They are fully aware of everything that we say. When you pass by, they tell you things that you say. However, they don't call.
Yeah.
Because they know that you can't just call and just say stupidness.
You can't call and jackass nothing.
You can't call and jackass the party. When you speak, you will be asked questions. You will be given the opportunity to speak because the program is designed for you.
Yeah.
But when you speak, be advised that questions will come your way.
You'll be stripped bare.
You can't just do something and you call and say, call a radio station and say all this thing about your country and the presenter just sits there and says nothing. That presenter should be sent home. Because you make some treacherous statements that borders on, or if given close scrutiny, will be considered to be treason.
Sedition.
Sedition, you making those statements. Stanley Charles went to jail for that.
Yeah.
And
You're trying to incite things.
You're trying to incite things. When you mention that you consider a constitution, the constitution is illegal. Well, where you get that information?
Well, who give
so
you
you're
that?
telling me that legal luminaries beginning with Derek Knight come right through to today to people like Francis Alexis and so on. And you smarter than them?
You learn more than them.
You learn more than them? Well, you playing the fool.
And it seems to me like nobody is questioning him.
No.
Like he's just saying things.
Because people feel sorry for him because of his condition. And people have to stop that. You cannot do something because of your condition. Figure that people go be sorry for you. And people doing something, they don't want to tell you anything because they feel that others will condemn them
for saying
things. But no, as long as what I say is true, I have no qualms. None whatsoever. As long as what I say is true. We ain't going through that. There has to be a line that is drawn. There has to be a line that is drawn.
As a friend of mine would say, a line of demarcation.
There is a demarcation line that has to be drawn. You cannot do so and continue that stupidness. Good morning.
Good morning, Brother Andre Dearheart. And good morning to my deacon.
Morning, how you doing?
I'm fine. Yes, you know what it is? Call. Hey!
Now, Miss Jacob, we gonna leave you there. You have to do so and make up your mind where you want to be. If you get the opportunity to call back, you should so do. But you can go in and talk and thing and coming back. You can call back. That's no problem. But finish, tie up your business and then close your house and let nobody know you're there inside and then make your phone call. We'll be happy to entertain you. 17 minutes now moving after the 10 o'clock hour. Carl, it is time for... You see, this morning Stanley said that we are not properly trained.
No, we are not.
Because you telling me what? You telling me that from since 1974, Carl, 1974 was the time when we constitution?
Yeah.
So you telling me that all these years?
About 48.
The revolution even suspended such.
Yes.
And legal luminaries throughout the world agreed that the revolution did suspend the Constitution.
Yes.
They didn't say the paperwork, you know.
No.
They say that the Constitution of Grenada was suspended by the revolution, and they rule by what? The
People's Act.
The People's Act. You understand? Peter David wrong. Peter David wrong. Shall leave you in Venezuela. Now morning to come home, Peter David handle you. Peter, you're wrong. You should have wait. You should have take butter before you take he. You understand? You should have leave he, let he burn. Now I say this. Call him and tell him. Call him and tell him that Andre say that. Good morning.
Yes, Brother Andre, are you come back? Brother Andre, thanks for the Honorable Dr. Kit Claudius Mitchell. Oh God, Brother Andre, I get 450 in my hand this morning.
Congratulations.
That's why I tell you. Hold on. So they coming and drop me 450 for me.
That's good.
Thank
Wonderful.
God for it.
Wonderful.
You understand? Yes, my dear. But I'm glad I pumped and that man here at time.
Jacob?
And the
See what you're saying?
And then I as you cut off the radio from me with ruler, I could give you
Don't
the
mention
full
that name,
history of that man,
please.
you know.
Don't mention that name.
I could give the full history of that man. Because that one I tell all you are going behind people, are going stop. People used to call me Miss Bishop. Always Bishop, Jacob, they behind me. But they don't give me name Jacob, they give me name Bishop.
Okay.
And I tell you what I know. That Friday evening, we have to have a meeting. But our bishop say he's going to bring us down at the airport to give Rulo money to pay those workers. That's what I know, Brother Andre. Don't tell me I don't know
Miss
that.
Jacob, I'm not telling you don't know anything. I'm just saying I'll prefer if you do not call the name. Do you understand that?
Right, I don't call in the name.
You did it on 2 occasions.
Yes,
Don't do it a third
but
time.
don't call it again. That man give give Mr. Bishop, give him money to pay the workers in U.S.
Let me also say this to you, and I'm gonna stop you here, Miss Jacob. While I understand that you may be speaking the truth, I don't believe that you'll want me to have to go to court to prove you. Listen to me. To prove you are speaking the truth. So don't say that, please, because you can't prove it. Do you understand?
Well, leave you there.
Yeah, well, do that.
So, brother.
How you coughing so? How you coughing so? You are the thing up.
No man, I call down the police. Somebody burning bush around.
No man, you are the thing, man. You are the thing, man. Have a nice day, Miss Jacob. Take care.
Have a nice day. You are my brother.
Okay. All right then.
Bye-bye.
Good. See, they burning bush around Miss Jacob place like they want to kill her.
Yeah, Jacob.
Don't do Jacob that, my dear people. Yes, Carl. I am very careful with making statements like that.
Yeah,
and
well,
you're
you ought to
calling
be.
people name.
That is being responsible.
Yeah, you can't do so. You call. You can make all sorts of things, and as long as you ain't call that person name, because and I refuse. There are names that I refuse to call, and that's one of them. I refuse to call his name. You know, it's not a pleasant thing for me to do. You know, and
you go get your point across without calling names.
well, yeah, it is my intention to get my point across without doing and calling names and say Jack be Jill and Jill be Jack. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. But then again, you see, people have to be responsible, and I'm calling on media entities that when you have persons who have programs where persons are allowed to make contributions, you must know what contributions a person is allowed to make, man.
Yeah. You gotta keep them honest. You can't just call and say anything just so because they feel like saying that.
You know? The other day somebody called me and they said that on a radio station, the host, or there were a host and a co-host, they were calling the ministry live on air and making fun of it. Do you understand? And these people need to be disciplined.
They don't live by the code, man.
You know, these people need to be disciplined. And again, I wouldn't even mention their names. I wouldn't mention names because I'm so disappointed that I did not believe that the owner of this radio station and another gentleman whom I know in the media who is brilliant to the pen, speech is not his thing, brilliant with the pen, you know, would subject themselves to such a low-down, sinful, nasty, dirty act. How do you get off calling a ministry live? Or calling, you know, you probably do a little joke and I call Carl Keaton and say, Keaton, be careful what you say about your life, you know. I'd let you know that, not engage you in a conversation and you not know that you live. I called Stanley this morning and, you know, I let him know, hey, Stanley, careful, you live. And he laughed because we understood. Before he could say anything, I let him know that he live. So he could have decided, look, Andre, I don't want to talk to you live, and hang up.
Mm-hmm.
But you should not do so and try to embarrass a member staff of the ministry of Carriacou and Pediatric Affairs, and then that's okay? No. And listen to me, you continue to live in Carriacou. Carriacou people, what happened to all you? All you understand, you have demons living around you or among you. These are people who don't care about the progress of the nation.
No. The accuser of the brethren.
Yeah, they're pure haters. Why would you want to because you're jeopardizing somebody's job to begin with. Forget about anything else. You're jeopardizing their job by putting them live on the air and they don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And that's okay? That's okay with you? People of Carriacou, I say to you, you need to do something about this. You need to walk to this guy or these two guys. The red-skinned one and the one that walks with a limp. You understand? The red-skinned one with a bald head and the one that walks with a limp. Good morning, my dear Brenda Batiste. How are you doing, my dear? Nice to know that you can latch on. As soon as I call your name, Brenda, Carl start to smile. You didn't smile again? You're not smiling?
$100.
I thought you'd have smiled.
Oh, you see, I was. But you actually, why you just speak of persons that to understand boundaries too, and respect is something or not, you can bully somebody into respecting you. And you cannot be trying to belittle people for whatsoever your end game might be. And what you're speaking of was an exercise of trying to belittle somebody and making fun of it.
Mm-hmm.
And you see, a lot of times what we tend to forget, persons don't fall from trees. They have people associated with them, they have loved ones and family. And you might not be aware who those persons are. And you doing that might be self-serving to you. However, you'll be upsetting not only the person you intended to, but all that is surrounding them. I want to know all those things before you try to engage this kind of behavior. First of all, it is unacceptable. It is not good. So it's not a case where, based on who you could do it, you don't discriminate and feel the weak ones. Although some say the law of the jungle is the weak get extorted. We don't think about the weak ones. You shouldn't do that first thing, but you don't affect only one person, Jay.
That's it. You don't affect only one person. Because imagine what you would have done to that person's psyche. That person is scared to answer that phone right now.
Yeah.
Knowing that you put them live on the air without their knowledge. Yes, Brenda, it did happen. And yes, Brenda says she's a very complex young lady. She brings smiles and frowns.
Wow.
To persons, but she prefers a smile. So give her a smile again. I know you laughing. Yeah. It's just sad. It's just sad. And why I say this here, and I make a statement. I always run into trouble for statements that I make. I believe that. Well, I know that in Dr. Mitchell's time as leader of this country, as Prime Minister of Grenada, he would have done the most for free media.
Free speech?
Free speech in this country. He would have done the most. We have about 15 radio stations. We only don't have the newspapers because we don't probably have the how you call it, the advertising volume to deal with the newspapers.
Yeah.
We have 2 television stations. I honestly do believe that we need a third one, and I'm clamoring here. I need to find the funds to do a third one.
The third one in the real network?
Yeah, that I am clamoring for that one. But we have Hamlet WPG 10. That one is it. So I'm talking 4th one now. So we should have a 4th one in St. Patrick, and probably could bring. You want to bring up Brenda?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, you hear you now? Yeah, man, eh? Quick.
Yeah.
No, Dr. Mitchell has done that. But I tell you what, there are some who would have received license and are in operation, and I know for a fact it brings a tear to his eye.
You believe so?
Yeah, it brings a tear to his eye. Simply because he would have done research on the person. You understand? He would have done research on the persons. He would have caused NTRC and other people who have to investigate them. You investigate them. And they came up good. Well, 9 times out of 10, Carl, they let it go for someone.
Yeah.
And that is where the problem is.
Yep.
They let it go for someone. And that person take it and, according to Mantis, they maleve. So it brings a tear to his eye. Because what he was seeking to do is to give people a voice and liberate them. That's what he was seeking to do. Brenda say if we do that in St. Patrick's, she coming up. No. Let's organize that. Bring her up. She loves St. Patrick's, I know.
I tell her get ready.
Get ready to go to come to Zion. Yes. All right. So you heard it, Brent. Get ready. Good. So he would have done that, Carl. You know? And he's disappointed. I know he is. Not in everybody, but he's disappointed.
But Dre, and you, many times we have this conversation, and I keep telling you, respect. That is something we very low on in this nation, because if we respect people, we act different towards them.
Mm-hmm.
To the ones we believe we respect, our action towards them is different to those who we don't respect and care about. And a lot of times, even with the whole pandemic and these radio stations and so forth, and you'll hear announcers and things, the way they speak about the vaccine and whatsoever, I am asking myself if that radio or that media entity has a policy as to how it is, because everybody try to come and give their own view, and I think it ought not to be like that. The radio or the media entity ought to have a policy on what it is. And persons could speak, they speak outside. But once they come and they're representing the entity, they ought to be circumspect as to the information they put out and how they treat with situation. And too often, a man just pick up a mic and a headphone and say all kind of thing to me, I will call it nonsense or not making sense. Like he's not edifying or educating the listeners. And to me, that doesn't make any sense. I think when you listen to radio of your choice, at the end of your listening, you have to learn something. Something has to stay with you, and you could impart something maybe to another person you meet because you've learned that. But too often, we're not into that part of this whole thing. Our entertainment is one of disrespect. As Mr. X say, jump up like donkey and behave like donkey and bring out the donkey in us. And one, the responsibility here, Dre, a lot of persons on those platforms doesn't recognize the responsibility they have to the nation.
We've got a caller. Good morning. Hello? Hello, good morning. Oh, lost that one. 442-0175. That's the number you can call. So it's to be a part of our program this morning.
And it's time the owners of those entities take stock to it.
Well,
you have to control the horse. The horse can't control you.
According to Natasha McDonald, Wilson, one day you're going to pay. Good morning.
Good morning, Brother Andre. Brother Andre, I'm calling for Sister Brenda Baptiste right now. Bring her up right now. I want it happening, Brother Andre. Please.
I hear you, my dear.
Put up a TV station. Okay, sweetheart? God bless, and I go help you work on it.
The money you have there, the money you have saved, they give me.
Yes, I will give you.
Right, okay.
Give me, the brother, everything.
Yeah, the thousands you have in the bank.
Yes, man.
Miss Jacob, have a nice day. All right.
Okay, sweetheart.
All right,
bye-bye.
love. Take care. 25 minutes nowadays before the 11 o'clock hour. And you made an important point, and Brenda does agree with you. The owners are the problem. And you see, some people got into this business not understanding what this business is all about here, Carl. It was like, okay, find an opportunity to make money. I did not get involved in radio to make money. I got involved in radio because I love it. I love the media. And radio is what I'm good at. So hence the reason I sought to have one in St. Patrick, because I believe we deserve to have that. And I say to you, and I always say to you, my next thing is to bring television to St. Patrick. So it's not, yes, money has to be made so as to pay the bills, but it's the first thing is not money. It's not money. The first thing is paying the bills, paying the salaries, and taking care of the telephone bill and the light bill and stuff. And
the operating costs.
Operating costs. So once I'm able to take care of that, I'm good. I'm good.
So we could look forward to real networks?
Well, Carlos, I always say it, and there's a friend of mine who would always say, hey, why not have it? And we will have it. It will come.
Based on discussions we have as it relates to real networks, in my quiet times, I sit and I envision real network operating because I know the kind of person he is. And I know your legacy will be one where real people in real time will be trained. So I know your legacy will be, after you come to the end of your journey, weary and all your battle will be won. And a lot of people will be saying to you, well done, because I know when it comes to training and getting people involved, that is strong suit.
Well, I put it to you this way. A training in relation to television, I cannot say that I know much. So what will happen here is that we'll form guidelines and we'll stick within the parameters and cause people to get creative in the parameters. That is how I'm looking at it. But to say, okay, fine, I can train somebody in television, like cameras and stuff like that. No, that is a little bit beyond me, because I didn't do that.
Stop.
I didn't do that.
Stop.
Why?
You are quite capable. So involve the persons with those skill sets. Coordinate those persons with those skill sets. We've already had discussions and names were mentioned, and you know that. I expect you to do everything. And we mention names, even persons who are in foreign countries as we speak, who you believe will be willing, ready, and able to be part of that movement. Now, you're not doing that for you.
But I just said that.
You're doing, no, listen to me. Give me a chance, let me talk.
Inform me when you finish. I'm right here.
And based in our discussion, how passionate you are about those things, I know for a fact, the finances and thing, once we make a concerted effort, so to do, we'll get it. When things are to happen in the fullness of time, just maybe the fullness has not arrived yet. But I know, springing from that, the legacy, your legacy in that whole thing will be the continuance of that. And persons who, because there are a lot of people who want to do that for the love of it, just like you. And maybe it is not lucrative at it or now, or it is not gainful in terms of that, so they're not part of it. But I know you go create that enabling environment for that. So I think it's something you ought to do before your time has expired. Before you return to the elders, you ought to do something like that. Or be part of or champion or get started something. And what better way for a man who loves radio, a man who is good at radio, to have a legacy of radio and media. And one day they might say the Andre Donald Foundation or something like that. So it's something you have my unwavering support whenever and whatever. I'm like, I like Gabriel. I'm here. Yes, you may speak.
You remember Uncle Griffith?
Yeah.
On Melville Street?
Yeah.
What was his
Also
tagline?
floods.
What was his tagline when he had the radio station? Well, not the radio station, the gas station.
No, I don't remember.
We need the money.
We need the money.
That's it. We need the money. That's what it is. If the monies are found, yeah, sure.
Let's aggressively pursue that.
I don't even know where to start. Honestly, I don't even know where to start.
Well, let's have a meeting of the minds, persons of like minds. Sunnis. Because the hardest thing is to start, eh?
Yeah.
And dreams do turn into reality, so let we make that dream a reality.
Yeah, I wish I
Because
knew
the opportunity, you will afford so much people with this dream. I just know, you know. I just know that something is something that need to happen. Eh? I just know that.
I wish somebody could just point me in a direction.
Well, you might have people listening out there. Please point Andre, because we shouldn't let that go a begging.
Yeah, I wish somebody can point me in a direction and say, okay, fine, this is where you need to start.
But it's a real NNP because that could have like lives and livelihood. The greater good for the greater number. Wow. Real networks. Damn.
Greater good for the greater number of people. Yeah.
Lives and livelihood, man, because person's life will be transformed, the livelihood will be ensured for the children and the children's children. So I think it's something we ought to just not gloss over by speech. But let we don't know where to start, as you say, but let we, in our deliberate time, let us.
There's something I want to say, and again, I would say, I'd speak to it, and persons may know and they may not know what I'm speaking about. If you own a business and you're going to close your business for any purpose whatsoever, it is important that you inform customers.
And you're not too high and mighty. So
and do not figure that, okay, fine, you can just do it.
And they must come back.
And they must come back. If you own a business and you're going to close for whatever reason, for a day, a month, a year, let customers know.
Give them ample time.
And you can put up a notice and you can say, hey, we'll be closed beginning X time for 2 months, 3 months. Please understand, we're developing. We're making it better for you.
Because sometimes some people depend on you in such a way that the short notice don't work in for them. You need to give them time to reorganize, restructure, and so on. And if the customer always right, you have to consider that when you're in business. You know?
So I just thought I'd know that, because that has happened in St. Patrick.
Yeah.
That has happened in St. Patrick.
Yep.
And it is rather sad.
It is a vexing situation.
Yeah, it's a vexing situation. And I wish the one that they go to would show them such
empathy and
such wonderful service,
customer service that they don't want to leave.
They don't want to leave. Jester Noel says, Carl, I'm glad you recognize the issue of the lack of media policy, and that is where MWAG has been failing us in standardizing the media in this country. I don't know what he's trying. Do you understand what he's trying to say?
You think MWAG should take a leading role in standardizing? The same thing like how you say person shouldn't just go on the air and just airing out their view without being vetted and so on.
Well, MWAG, do you give MWAG that responsibility? As you would say, do you put more on MWAG's plate?
No, I wouldn't put more, but MWAG could. Has they tackled that?
Who, MWAG?
Yeah.
I don't know. I cannot say that.
You see, my view of most media outlets and practitioners here, Dre. It's all about sensationalism and who could break some news or break some story, and after they don't care. I don't think they have the appetite to be more professional. Because in media, there are a lot of things what is standard in media. Just like how you and Stanley had a discussion and a story where the Prime Minister involved, he ought to have the last word. That is a standard practice. You ought to know that. Or the editor or the person who edit the thing ought to know that. So once you come before them with that, they ought to tell you, hey, that is it. You shouldn't get past them with that.
Let me ask
but
you.
Then again, maybe the person don't know. I don't know.
Let me ask you this question. Let me see if you know. If you have a situation in Grenada that you have a hot story about a murder in a particular parish, you have a story of a plane crashing in Grenada too, yeah? And then you have a story with the Governor General and another story with the Prime Minister. These are 4 stories.
Mm-hmm.
Which goes first?
The story of the Governor General.
Why?
Because he head of state.
Which goes second?
The Prime Minister.
And which goes third?
The plane crash.
Why? Why do you say the plane crash?
Or the national effect, and internationally, regionally, and otherwise. Because the murder is localized. But plane crash, we don't own planes, so you have to be from some other plane, some other thing. It affect the region, the sub-region, and all kind of thing. So I think that it should be the order of priority.
Did I teach?
No, but I've been around you long enough, certain things could rub off on me too, you know.
Okay. But you're correct. You are correct. The Governor General has to go first, like it or not. The Prime Minister must follow. The plane crash, because we don't own planes like that.
Yeah.
So it's not a localized story. It's a story that could affect the region or could be affected internationally. That goes. And then the murder follows.
But here,
you would have find the murder first.
The murder first, and if you have a relative what is an NNP minister, they're going first.
Mm-hmm.
And they're making sure that he's the cause of so and so. That's what happening here.
Mm-hmm.
Let somebody say that some minister caused no brother or something. That was beating up.
It is real. It's 91.9, 91.5 at www.drealfmgrenada.com. Thomas now moved on to 11 minutes, and that is before the 11 o'clock hour. We're going to take a little break and then come right back with more here on the Xtension for today, Friday, the 21st day of January. You know, the 21st day of January.
Yeah.
Bloody Monday.
Yeah.
Bloody Monday in Grenada. That was the date.
And nobody was speaking of that.
Well, you didn't speak of it. You're the person on air.
What year was Bloody Monday?
That was sometime in the 70s. I was living in St. George's, I think. Yeah, that was Bloody Monday. What date? Well, the 21st. Yeah, January. I remember the exact year. We'll be back though. By the time we come back, I'll find the year for you, friends.
You asked for it and you got it. A quicker way to pay your bills online. It's fast, secure, and easy to use. No registration, no additional fees. Flow is now offering FastPay, an online service that allows you to settle your bills in less than 2 minutes. Need a receipt? FastPay will send it to your email immediately. Use FastPay now for convenience, safety, and efficiency at discoverflow.co/fastpay. Flow is keeping you connected.
Dear Grenville Cooperative Credit Union family, 2021 came with many challenges, but we were able together survive the difficulties presented. Our board, management, and staff thank you, our cherished members, for doing business with us over the past year. We take this opportunity to wish you and your family a very merry, but most of all, a safe Christmas holiday. We invite you to call us on 442-8602 or drop in to your preferred branch and take advantage of our Christmas special offers. We look forward to serving you in 2022 and wish you success in all your endeavors. Happy holidays and Merry Christmas to all.
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, insect screens and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&M Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
The first word when you speak about furniture is classic. Yes, at Classic Furniture, they design and make the best in local furniture. All their products are made from the finest local wood available on island. You think it, they design it and make it to your expectations. The highest standards at the best possible price. And they also provide higher purchase for you, their valued customers. Located on Ben Jones Street in Grenville with their factory at Chantemelle in St. Patrick. That's where you need to visit when looking for products made of the finest local wood. They deliver and install items at no extra cost. Your satisfaction is their mission. The extra step is taken to ensure their customers are completely satisfied. They do doors and finished kitchens, supplies mattresses, and restores antique pieces to look like the first day they were made. Hey, give us a call on 442-4645 and 442-9726. Classic Furniture, Grenada's homegrown furniture producers.
Grenadians at home and in the diaspora, let's celebrate our 48th anniversary as an independent nation, overcoming adversity, safeguarding livelihood, protecting our future. Events to observe the 48th anniversary of our independence include National Colors Day and Interministerial Display, along with the virtual staging of the Independence Calypso Monarch competition at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium on Friday, February 4th, February 5th from 7 p.m. Cultural Extravaganza, Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Both events will be carried live via GIS Channel 22, GIS Facebook and YouTube channel, and the National Celebrations Committee Facebook page. The National Ecumenical Service, Grenada Trade Center, 3 p.m. Sunday, February 6th. Then on Monday, February 7th, Independence Day. It's the military parade and rally, 10 a.m. at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Happy 48th, Grenada.
Now more than ever, Flow is working hard to keep you connected to the things that matter most. Your family, your work, and your favorite entertainment. We are also providing Flow Study free of charge so students can stay connected and up to date with their schoolwork. And because your safety is our highest priority, you can manage your account from the safety of your own home through the MyFlow app. We are here for you, keeping you connected.
How did you get your electricity bill to be so low? For one, we size our transformers just for what we need, and we unplug transformers, chargers, and other devices when they're not in use. We also replaced our light bulbs with LED. I even replaced the seal on my refrigerator door to keep the cold air in.
How do you know if it is working?
We pay attention to the usage history table. Over time, our average usage has decreased.
Grenlec, energizing our Grenada.
I'm a winner, you are winner, we are winners.
It's the big one. Grenada. Imagine winning $25,000 and up to 6 times by scratching just one later ticket. Get your triple cash scratch tickets for a chance to live your best life. Win easy with Scratch. For just $3, match any of your numbers to any of the winning numbers and win the prize shown for that number. Reveal a money back symbol and win the prize instantly. Triple cash scratch in stores now. Must be 18 or older to play.
Cause I'm a winner. From the moment that I get up, I'm feeling right.
Step inside. Immerse yourself in colors that come alive.
Color by Seasons.
Let your imagination run wild. Surround yourself in a world of color.
Color by Seasons.
Endless inspiration. Bold expression. Bold expression.
Color by Seasons. Seasons. Express your style with Color by Seasons.
This is another Independence track. 10:56, 4 minutes to 11. This one's by Gun. And Gun is from St. Andrew, right? Yeah? Yeah, I think he is. Struggle together in unity. Let's listen to a couple of bars of this music, man. Come on, Gun, good morning to you.
To overcome adversity, we bound to have unity, my friends. But for equilibrium, idlers will try to pull you down. But as a nation, we have to unite as one and bridge the gap what dividing we, and we live as one people in this country. And that's the way forward for a nation. To unite as one, one flag, one destiny. We are sure to build this country. Safeguarding livelihood, we all have to work together, my friends. Change talent and skills to make a brighter future. And as we move along, we must understand to position ourselves for journeys long. If not, your ladder will break and you will get serious headache. And that's the way forward for our nation.
91.
One destiny, we are sure to build this country.
Struggle together in unity. Monday the 21st of January, that was in 1974. You was in St. George that time? Where were you, Carl?
I was in conference.
Conference with
St. Andrew.
You're in conference in Andrew. Were you born that time yet? You sure?
Yeah. Just I was.
Just about.
I just made my entrance. I just a little before that I made my entrance into.
Yeah. Not Monday. Yeah.
But that song is instructive to note, you know. To treat with or to deal with our present situation and circumstances, we must be united.
Mm-hmm.
And we, as we are speaking all the media people, and we have to be united in every fight, every front we have. We ought to be united to face it. We cannot be divided and hope to get the desired result. And we've been doing that too long for us not to recognize it's time we have a united front. Once we have a common enemy, we have to have a united front to fight that enemy. And unity is the key or the glue.
I'd like to propose something to you.
Go ahead.
That we get in contact with all the finalists
for this year's
Independence,
yeah,
and link them via because with StreamYard we can link about 9 things at a time. So we can link them all and have discussion with them as it relates to the performances and the tracks for 2022. So I would like to propose that we do that next Friday being the 28th day of January, because the competition will be the next weekend.
Yeah, let's do that now. Or let's try to.
Yeah, we'll try to do that. I could safely say that we have Top Cat already. Well,
TC?
that is if TC's into the finals. Based on the information received, I think they would have had the judging yesterday.
For the finals.
Yesterday.
So we should know if he's in the final.
So we should know pretty soon if he's in the finals. Yeah. All right. Brenda, where were you? Where were you, Brenda? I want to know where you were. Brenda, where were you on the 21st of January, 1974? No, don't you know half information there, Brenda. Tell me, where were you?
So next thing, Brenda was still in liquid farming.
Next thing, Mommy and Daddy didn't know each other yet.
Did I tell you?
Yeah, Brenda, I want to know, where were you, girl? So let's look forward to next Friday, Carl, and Lincoln. Oh, Brenda said that she was just 3 years old. Ah, baby. She was just 3 years old. She was older than you. Keaton?
No, wrong same.
No, she was older than you.
Andrew, Don, why are you doing that to me?
She was older than you. Correct.
Nah.
Keaton, you were 1 year and months. Don't do that, man. You know we speak.
How do you expose it?
Brenda, you were here before him. He was 1 year and months, girlfriend. He was 1 year and months. So he can't talk to you.
Andrew, don't do me that, man.
I didn't do you anything. All I'm doing. You know we speak truth.
Yeah, but
you can't lie for the girl. Yeah, Brenda, you were here before him. Yeah, Brenda said he's just a babe. You're not saying? Answer.
I'll go and say like Jim Carrey, I did it. What are they gonna do with me now?
What are you gonna do about it? Hey, yo. Well, yeah, not a day without a bit of fun.
Yeah, but Jay, before we go.
No, we have a long time here still. We have about 25 minutes here still.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So tell me.
We need to get on into the issue of the day.
Which
the trending issue, which is snap election, politics. The extension. Well, that is the narrative being pushed by some, as your friend Stanley would say, that is the editorial by some.
Well, as I said before, Keaton, how can it be snap elections when you said, not you, Carl Keaton, but you said it was an election budget?
Yes.
How can it be snap election when you said that they're fixing the roads because of election?
Yes.
So it's not snap elections when you don't know.
And
it's like what they did in Barbados. They didn't know. Bang! She came out and said, "Oh, election at that time."
Yes.
End the story.
Yes.
So it can't be snap elections again when they already know that the budget was an election budget. That's based on what they said, and the roads are being fixed because of elections. So it can't be snap elections again. End the story.
Just to add, and knowing the present Prime Minister, how he treats with calling election, they can say like snap. They know he's not a man like to go down to the right down.
They know that.
But yet still, Dre, are they in place? Are they ready? Or is it about tomfoolery again? Or they waiting for some scandal to break? Because every time there's want a scandal to run with,
Mm-hmm.
and the Prime Minister has not given them one. So, one of the advertisements, they say you go get lands.
Lands?
Somebody show me something on the Facebook thing. Vote for them, you go get lands. Everybody, you have to get lands. I don't know.
I don't know.
Maybe I didn't watch it clear enough. I go endeavor to see it again. Because to me, it's all I do about nothing. And so I don't really As you see, when you let the tree fall in the forest, you allow it to fall.
You allow it to fall. There's some things you just don't bring forward. You just allow it to fall. You know?
But what I could say about them,
Please?
in 47-19, the economy failed. What I could say about them, from 2008 to 2013, we had negative economic growth, -2%. The unemployment rate then was 40%. Well, we know and Kennedy and Woodlall KB spoke so eloquent on it on last Sunday. The amount of places what was sold. Like Smokey said, grain that was really for sale. They had to borrow to pay salaries and other recurrent expenses. The deficit was over 14 million per month. So that means they were living outside their means. Unpaid claim in the Treasury, Andre Donald, was over 120 million to local businesses. Little money spent on building fixing roads. The same election road fixing, election school fixing, election hospital project, election gas project. What they say now, nothing was done during their time. We know all our businessmen, even big business used to cry around that time. Blood, sweat, and tears in the eye. Investors didn't come in here. They didn't have no confidence in these people. Public servants used to get paid on the 35th and 36th and 37th. And they had to, like Kennedy said, sell out a lot of place. There was no hope. And that, we can't argue with that. That was their track record. That is the antecedents. Political chaos, infighting, expelling, and even the sacred place where they talk about good governance and all kind of thing, the House of Parliament. Maybe that's why this guy keep talking about the Constitution no good, because Parliament is a setup of the Constitution. The place they closed, they had to beg them to open it. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
That is the antecedents of the people that are coming and saying now they're ready to govern. And they cannot do that. That is not something make up. That is that is their DNA. And all of a sudden they come now under new leadership or infant leadership. And infant here has nothing to do with age. Politically, nothing. Politically, you don't know. And these are the same people now who, as you say now snap election. And if they know what snap election mean, they know you not know what snap election. So they know. So that means every time they speak, like I tell you, Dre, they speak on a platform of don't knowing. Everything they say, when you really sit down and say, what, that man really say that, boy? And they come asking the people now about change. But you're not ready yet. And change is not relevant now. And those are the things that is associated with them. So do we want to go back to minus economic growth? I don't think the people want that. Do we want to go back to a failed economy, Andre? Do we want the unemployment situation to go up like 40% again? Do we have to, what is left, sell to pay? Do we want unpaid claims in the Treasury to go back up to 120 million to local businesses? Do we want to have road improvement, schools improvement, hospital improvements? Do we want businesses to close down and jobs lost? Do we want them investors to pack up and go like how they treat CCC and others? Those are the issues that ought to be highlighted. And instead of talking this nonsense about Keith Mitchell, they too long. Those are the issues. What they need to reconcile with. Those are the issues they need to convince the Grenadian public that they're ready to fix. And we will sink back into this morass. Those are the issues. And Dr. Keith Mitchell promised $500 and $400, but people getting $450. this month, the public servant should get another increase of 4%. Those are the issues what we have to concern ourselves with, and not when election day supposed to be, because we know under the Westminster style, we have to have a date. And we know the priority of the more equal among us could call it when he chooses to. So we need to not consider ourselves, we shouldn't be able to do that instrument. We are accustomed to that. I can't tell you from 74, you don't expose me as being since from then. We know that could happen. Instead of you getting yourself ready and being a viable alternative for the Grenadian public to see you, you're getting into nonsense about how long the Prime Minister is around, what age he have, and when he could call election, he shouldn't call it so. And you are given opportunity, as Kroko say, you are given 2 opportunities to score, But why are you asking for the ball for now? I want you to play that song for me, Pass the Ball by Kroko. Because you had 2 opportunities to score. And you refuse to score, so why we should pass the ball to you now? And you've done nothing from when you had the 2 opportunities to score to prove to us that you was in training or you could score now. So why are you asking for the ball for? You want to rugby the thing pass backward and sideways. You don't want us to move forward? But you're still asking. You had 2 golden opportunities to score, Dre. You want an open goal alone, and you find an opportunity to not score. And now you're telling the Grenadian public we're ready to score.
Behave like West Indies cricket of
Yeah.
today.
Yeah.
Snatch defeat from the jaws of
victory. But Joey, what I'm talking is not no joke thing. That is seriousness about the whole thing we're doing. That is the choice we have to make. And if you look at the alternative to the choice, the NNP growth happened in the economy. Unemployment went down. The homegrown program was instituted and we picking fruits now, we picking the grapes now from it. In terms of the IMF, World Bank, EU and CDB and them assisting us, and we getting assistance. And even the IMF saying how the economy is still doing well even with the COVID and all kind of thing. You understand what I'm saying, Dre? The deficit lower, unpaid claims in the treasury low. Dre, increased capital expenditure, the same election roads and schools. Money back into business thriving, business growing, men opening other businesses and other branches. Projects, investors here. That's what the NNP bring. So how now you come and tell me change? You don't want that? Investor confidence. Mega project. St. David's, we had Silver Sands and others. Public workers, pension, salary increases. Amen.
I got you.
Still, frontline workers get a token of appreciation. No public service workers lose their job. With all what happened, we couldn't see that for you. Hope restored. Opportunities provide for thousands young people.
Greater good for the greater number of people.
Lives and livelihood.
Yep.
And you know you have a hard-working bunch of people. You know we united. The bunch united. And as the song say, unity we to treat with our situation.
Somebody asked a question.
Yes.
Depo.
Yeah.
How many political symbols in Grenada can you and Carl recall outside of the house and the heart?
The sun.
Who's the sun?
I call battery in town.
Right, the sun.
The guava Winsty.
Mm-hmm.
The nutmeg, your good friend Winston.
Mr. White.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't want
the CDLP, the Christian Democratic Labour Party.
You don't want something like you're doing your hands before TLP. Something with hands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
TLP, yeah. That's 4.
Help me here now, man.
Light bulb.
Who that who?
Terry Forrester. That's 5. Yeah, but yeah.
We talking?
Yeah, but
Yeah, go on.
What again? The call.
Yeah, the core was.
6. That's 6.
The core was one in truth.
What was the GMP symbol? You know, I don't remember.
Nah, why is there serious? Look at that.
What was GMP's symbol? And then there was GDM, the Grenada Democratic Movement.
I was Gulp, you know.
Star.
Yeah.
So that's 7. Yeah. GDM, which was GDM was who? It had to do with because was it Francis Alexis?
Francis or George, which one?
Or Francis and George.
Could be.
Yeah, GDM, but GNP. What was that? That is not a good thing, you know.
No.
The broom? Who had the broom? Somebody Depo is saying the broom. That would make it 8. Yeah, Brenda, they had called on the back of a truck up by us up here.
Yeah.
They had a van in town, they had a truck up here.
What do you call the Rasta in Rosie up there? I think he went for the
Stallmeyer. Stallmeyer. Yeah, you had the call. So yeah, but what was GNP's symbol? The broom?
I'll hold that to you was in tongue long.
It could have, was it a broom? I don't know. Could have been. No, I'm telling you honestly, that is to show how insignificant GNP was. And today they still control the NDC.
Well, them is the NDC.
Mm-hmm. I don't remember what their symbol was. It the broom depot? I don't know. I can't affix anything to GMP. Oh no, that's not good.
Somebody go tell us, man.
Somebody's calling. Let's see if we can link that person up. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Hello, good morning, sir.
Yes, good morning. How you doing?
Yeah, the GMP symbol was the torch.
Was it torch? Oh boy, I don't remember that at all. Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, the torch was the GNP.
All right then, great. So Carl, there you had it, the torch.
Yeah.
So that's,
Well, hold on,
that's
what
like
the torch
9. The torch. That's like 9 symbols I remember. Oh, we remember together.
But it's also more than like a lot. Not how close to 30 political parties you ever had for you. Because every election cycle does have some.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find anything.
Brenda, help us here, no? Brenda don't know some?
Brenda know the call. I actually remember that one on the back of a van in town.
And that was not around the same time when Specky sing.
Did
I walking and balling?
No.
Oh.
Did anybody did TGM have a symbol in
They should have had.
Did they have one? I don't know if they had, in their liquor time. Because they didn't
We could ask that.
The populists? They're listening. Good morning. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Uh-huh.
I think GMP was a shoe,
Oh, the shoe?
Yeah.
Now, somebody just said the torch.
Somebody I think was the shoe.
And somebody was a shoe too?
Yeah, that's what
Oh, my God. All right.
Okay then.
Okay, great. What was the alliance symbol?
What was the New Jewel movement symbol?
But yeah, that's the New Jewel movement was a symbol.
You don't expose me already. I don't know because you expose me.
Yes, prior to independence, the unitary states, when GMP was pushing Grenada to be a state of TNP, GMP was the broom.
Okay.
Prior to that. Okay. Good morning.
Mhm.
Hello?
So who was the shoes?
I don't know. You can
I'm
help.
thinking that GMP was the shoes.
GMP was a shoe?
I think in my way.
Because somebody
Because
said...
I see when I was down home that time you had Teacher Blanche and all of them with their shoes. I think it was shoes.
But somebody saying that GMP was a torch.
I can't remember being the torch. well, my age as well, when I feel with,
You was in Tong Long? You didn't Tong Long then?
if I in Tong Long, I sure in Tong before Carl.
Oh, why they beating up on Carl, man?
I sure in Tong before Carl.
Yeah.
Yeah, you like that, Andre?
I didn't do anything, brother.
Carl, I'm proud of my age. I'll be 60 this year, so you know I'm long before you.
Okay, somebody saying that the NJM was the hand. But hold on. So what was... if the NJM was the hand, what was TNP?
TNP was the hand.
So both of them was the hand.
You had to be. TNP to me was the hand.
Alright, so Irvin in England is saying that GNP was the shoe.
Yes, it was the shoes. That's why I remember them as. I know in Happy Hill because when we home, Teacher Blanche, we are giving Teacher Blanche kicks since I small, making Papi show Teacher Blanche's
The shoe. So GNP was the shoe. But NJM was the hand, and what you call it, TNP was also the hand.
Yes.
Yeah, TNP was the hand.
Could you imagine that?
Anyway, Mr. Donald and Carl, bye. Have a good day.
Take care, my darling. Alright, good. She done me for you.
Not before me alone.
You sure know what's up?
I just say it.
I ain't like that.
I just say it. I so like when she say the norm. I feel good. I say I don't say no.
I see you watch me there. That's how you look.
I say yes.
Yeah, she catch me.
Nah, but the hand, I know the TNP was that thing.
The upward
but I don't know how the NJM hand on.
The NJM hand was stretched out.
Okay,
and the
okay.
palms upward
Yeah.
like that.
Okay.
That's the NJM. Yeah. Let me see if I can find it here.
So what?
Tell me, I'm listening.
NJM. But because remember when the NNP, well, I know a few people already join up. GDM or something, so.
Second?
For NNP. The first the original the NNP. In 84 thereabouts. What organization are they join up to form them now? When Breeze and them had one, Alexis and them was part of one, Blaze and them.
It was Alexis them had a party. Dr. Mitchell was part of one of the parties.
But not a leader.
No. So I don't know which one he was in. Which one was he in?
And that speaks volumes for Dr. Mitchell to go into that arrangement there.
Yeah.
And to rise to the top.
This is New Joint Endeavor for Welfare, Education and Liberation. That was the shaking hand. That was the NJM.
Yeah.
That is what the new
with that shackling
jewel movement. That's what it was. So it was a hand with
shackles.
It's a bracelet. Remember Morris always used to wear a bracelet.
But that bracelet big?
Yeah, big bracelet. And ever since then, NNP is black and yellow now. That's the thing. Jewel, Joint Endeavor for Welfare, Education and Liberation. That's what Jewel meant.
Yeah.
Alright. And then there was this party, Orel, right? That was the organization for revolutionary education and liberation.
But they join up.
Hold on. And then there was MAP.
Yeah.
MAP was the movement for assemblies of the people. So those three came together and they formed what was the new Jewel movement. So it was MAP, Orel, and Jewel that came together and formed that. Now, very interesting here that you also had that sort of a amalgamation that came up and formed the NNP.
Mm-hmm.
And again, instructive, as you would say. The first word, when MAP and Orel and Jewel joined, the first word was what? the new Jewel movement. When GDM and I don't remember the other parties, and they joined up.
The new national
The
party.
new national party.
Yeah.
Interesting. The People's Alliance was what symbol? I don't know. I remember. But we need to do something.
Yeah, isn't that one symbol of the Masanto or something like that?
That's the same torch.
Okay.
Who was the torch?
I don't know.
This guy called and said that GNP was the torch, but other people say no, GNP was the shoe. Because GNP at a time before was the broom.
Maybe they changed.
So they changed from the broom to the shoe. Or was it the broom to the torch?
Somebody was in tongue before Andre Donald. Call us and let us know.
I find your gain on
Yeah, because you're touting you in tongue long, I relying on you. Like Galbraith versus the Queen and you don't deliver.
You know, I'll just leave you here. Let me see how you will function. You're alone.
Are you discriminating now?
Yes. You know I do that all the time, don't you? 4420175. Good morning.
Hello?
Yes, good morning, sir.
Yeah, morning. Yes. The GNP was the shoes, really?
The GMP was the shoe.
Yes, and I remember really that Mr. Wilberforce Snack, that failed. He the one for St. Patrick's East at that time. Yes, so that is that true thing?
So the GMP was the shoe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Carl, I guess you should remember Fayo Nak.
No, you don't remember that guy.
No, I hear that name already.
He hear the name. You don't know that person. No, don't. Carl just come down here.
I think you told him Montrose area or something like that.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah, what? You could never know Fayo Nak. Never. Have a nice day, sir.
Okay, man.
All right, good.
Good.
Carl, you cannot know Fayo Nak. Because I don't remember him myself. I know of him. But you can't know Fayo Nak. Forget that. Anything you probably know about Fayo Nak is done from the estate.
The rum thing, but remember he had a relative in Montrose area, so I could have
Yes,
seen
he
him.
had. Well, he's a Nak.
Yeah.
Listen, the Hutchinsons, the Nyaks,
the Donalds,
the Courtneys,
yeah,
and the Donalds.
Yeah.
That's one family.
Yeah.
Right. So I don't know Phil.
They need to argue.
No, we ain't arguing. I just stating the fact. Irvin is saying that somebody had a symbol, the car. Carl, we have to do something, make this a part of our thing. Get all the symbols that were ever registered in Grenada.
We could go to the thing and because all the registered party, they must have a symbol with them. What we getting there?
Somewhere online you'll be able to find it.
But you must have a place in Grenada we could get.
Yeah, the electoral office, they will have it because they have to have all symbols that are registered. So we can make a request out of them and get that particular thing. Yeah. Can you dig it? Do you like that?
Yeah, man.
Yeah. It's about time for us to say goodbye, Carl. The time has now moved on to 11:29. We'll take this call. Good morning.
Morning.
Yes.
Oh, wow. I see I wasn't getting through. But what? Yeah, Carl and Andre, Lynette, the shoe was, the broom replaced the shoe.
Or the shoe replaced the broom?
The shoe replaced the broom.
The shoe replaced the broom?
Yes.
All right. So who was the torch?
The broom was really early. I remember when there was election one time and so many people in the road. I remember Carl would know who are talking about, people like the Cals and them, Zana and these people, and they had the broom sweeping in the road. That time I couldn't vote yet, I was younger. And they had broom sweeping when they had some election year. Yeah, so the broom, I think the shoe replaced the broom. The broom was before.
Okay.
And what was the torch?
The torch, I can't remember. The torch was a symbol or just a newspaper, the torchlight? I don't know. I can't remember if it was an election symbol.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, take care.
Okay, great.
Mm-hmm.
Carl, Francis Alexis had GDM.
Mm-hmm.
And he was together with Dr. Mitchell. They were together.
Okay.
In GDM. And George Brizan had NDP.
Okay.
So they came together and formed what was the New National Party. Together with GMP. That's where GMP died.
Yes.
And they formed because it was necessary for them to come together there, because if they did not, they would have lost the elections to Eric Gary. The GLP was that strong.
Yeah.
So if you had a fragmentation of votes there, Eric Gary would have gone back into power.
Jumbo.
You
see, when I say jumbo, you said nothing. When I say jumbo, you said nothing. When I say jumbo, you say jumbo. Well, jumbo. What? I used to go, well, that time I just joined the thing and they doing it with your thing. And I used to listen to that man diction and thing out of sight. You know.
Who's there? He's up there.
Telling you.
He is up there.
And you see, when you return the GLP into power, you see, and in nutmeg will produce, you know. And you say produce, it will produce. We used to want to go in meetings with the GLP just to listen to him.
Listen to him, man.
We used to exchange, like, you know, in a political meeting and GLP. And someone by, I want to go in GLP meeting to listen to Sarek by.
Somebody's saying here that the car was the symbol for the alliance.
Okay.
The car was the symbol for the alliance.
But see, those, and that is something, Edre, what we does for it. You see, all these learnings and them is things we do up to speed with, and it's things we ought to know, you know. Because nation, I believe in nation without a culture and that kind of thing, and this knowing and thing. Like, we don't really, I hope we don't identify. We cannot identify, we should be able to identify ourselves, you know.
I sometimes wonder if our teachers, Carl,
But I don't know that.
That's why, as I sit here, I sometimes wonder if our teachers take the time off to teach the students this. You know, as that would have been classified as general knowledge in our time, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, general knowledge. Yeah. Anyway. So I believe we've done good with that. Somebody's calling us from abroad, Carl. Should we take it?
Yeah, take it.
Let's take that call from abroad, and we say, good morning.
Hello?
Yes?
Hello?
Yes, good day.
Good morning?
Yes?
Yeah, I'm calling about GNP, the party.
Uh-huh.
I remember when I grew up, my mom, she used to support the Blaze Party. I'm from Shantimel. And I remember the symbol was the torch, because one time there was a Gary truck was passing by, supporters, and she came out with a torch and she said, vote the torch, because she was supporting Blaze. And the Gary people, they saw things like that, they even cut her on her arm. I was a child when that happened.
Okay. So
I don't know, maybe they were the shoe.
Yeah. So
they were the shoe at one point, but they were the torch.
They were the torch at one time.
Yeah.
All right, thank you for that.
How are you doing, Andre? I listen to your program all the time. I'm in Montreal, Canada.
Okay, well, I thank you
I
very much.
I really enjoy your program.
I thank you very much for that.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, have a wonderful day.
Take care, be blessed.
All right,
bye. You too. I'm looking forward for Sunday. I'm looking forward to listen on Sunday.
Okay.
Take care.
Do you
Bye-bye.
listen? Do you listen both programs on Sunday? Oh, she's gone. I wonder if she listens.
She's listening.
Right, Carl. So what we have to clear up here for next week, God's willing, is the whole aspect, Carl,
of symbols. And when if he had changed
GNP seem to have had changes,
a few changes.
Because you hear the name calling with the broom, with the shoe, and the torch.
Yeah.
So that would be That'd be nice. That'd be nice first to hear. That'd be nice. Anyway, friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ear. Who said that?
I don't know.
Come on, Keaton, do better than that.
No, I don't know.
That's Julius Caesar, boy. Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ear. I'm just saying, listen to me now. These guys were something else, you know, Carl. Lend me your ear.
Yeah.
All they man saying, listen to me now.
Because see, those guys that I'm on, the charisma, those guys that I'm hard, it oozed out, you know. So when people go to listen them in and them.
Anyway, anybody want to say hi and hello to before we pop it?
No.
Okay. Likewise, peace, love, happiness, joy. Join us again next Friday morning, and we'll definitely do a number on the. We have to do two things. We have to interview the Calypsonians next week, God's will,
and the symbols.
And the symbols. We'll conclude on the symbols. Take care. God bless. One love.
Country with your hand in the air so the whole world could see. Put your hand in the air, say, I pledge to follow all the procedure. So COVID won't take over and drag us down to we need. Oh Lord, I pledge that I will not only complain, sit down and play the game in the face of this disease. For Grenada to advance, for us to go the distance in this difficult instance. Takes a lot of resilience. So from the politician down to the man on the ground, it is up to everyone to keep Grenada safe and sound. Put your hand in the air, let me see it. Put your hand in the air, let me see it. Put your hand in the air, put your hand in the air, put your hand in the air, let me see it. From the front to the put your hand in the air, let me see it. Put your hand in the air, let me see it. Put your hand in the air, put your hand in the air, put your hand in the air, let me see it.
There's something that I had to tell the folks before we left. I was so caught up in playing that track there by Stunner. On Monday morning, you can join Brenda on the Perspectives show. A special guest will be Peter Wickham, and they'll be discussing the recently published survey for USAID and UNICEF on the COVID-19 hesitancy, and they'll also discuss elections and Caribbean politics. All right, so that's on Monday with Brenda. Don't you miss it. Perspectives. All right, peace. I'm gone, really gone now.